first-round pick is in play. Jeff, what do you have?
A couple of things. What we're wondering about, Elliot, is are there any teams in advance of free agency next week willing to attach their first-round draft pick to a bad contract to get some cap relief and maybe make some space? And Elliot, one of the teams that I think a lot of people are wondering about are the Philadelphia Flyers. They will draft 5th overall. And as much as speculation has been about Shane Wright and Yuri Slafkovsky, you know, one general manager told me yesterday, I don't care to read any of your lists. This whole thing is going to be a spray. You know, there is some talk and there's some speculation that maybe at 2-3 we see New Jersey taking David Juracek, the defenseman, and maybe Cutter Gauthier from Scottsdale, Arizona, the local boy goes home story, becomes a member of the Arizona Coyotes. Now, when Charles Barkley calls you Canada's Tom Brady, you step up your game. So in that spirit, from Campbell River, the runways of Campbell River, to the runways of Montreal, the new Canadian hotness, ladies and gentlemen, Al Bukowskis. I think this will be my last day in broadcasting, Jeff, after that intro. The hottest ticket in town here tonight, but admission is free in the section behind me. The top prospects, along with their families and special guests, Wright and Slafkovsky, front and center. When a player hears his name called here tonight, they will make their way down the stairs and then
how are we doing? How are we doing, everyone? How is everyone in Isles Nation feeling right now after not getting DeBrincat, right? How are we feeling so far?
Since 2019, an opportunity for a handshake and a photo op.
We doing all right? So last I just heard is that the Islanders are apparently in on JT Miller, which is something. Yeah, Brett. JT Miller. I don't know how I feel. Like, that seems like a lot for a guy who's a year away from free agency. It was bad, Andre. Like, I totally agree with you. Like, Chicago got nothing for DeBrincat. We heard it was going to be like, what, 4 picks? 4 first-round picks forever until the sun explodes and they get not that. They get a 7th, sure. They get a 7th overall and a 2nd, but like, and an early 2nd, but come on, man. Like, that is not enough for what DeBrincat brings to the table, as far as I can tell. So Ottawa got a huge return for DeBrincat there. But yeah, I don't know how I feel about getting JT Miller either. Obviously, 99 points, 80 games. That's massive. We'll take that. But he is, how old is he right now? He's 29, going on not even 30. He'll be 30 in March. So he's 29. He's in the young-ish category for the Islanders anyways. But when it comes to the contract situation, you've got a guy who is ending, like, this is his last year, if I'm not mistaken, he being JT Miller. Right, JT Miller? Yeah, last year, 5.25, so excellent cap hit there, lots of room to breathe. But he becomes a UFA, so if you're giving a 13th overall for a UFA, that feels rough. So we might be going here. We see an Islanders jersey. Why is there an oh, it's a Mike Bossy thing. I felt like the Islanders moved for first. That was wild. It's not a definite. It's a strong feeling. So we'll see what's going on there. But it seems like they're in on JT Miller, which is not ideal. Well, it's not ideal. It's just not great, right? Like, we would have liked to have more, specifically someone younger, right? Like a 29-year-old is not, again, ideal necessarily. I'm just trying to get the link here because I've been told that the link doesn't work. So let me just get this going here. Okay, so told link doesn't work for the live stream. Try.
On a serious note, we had a tragedy.
So I'm just listening to the broadcast at the same time. I don't want to be broadcasting it live over this because I can get like kind of slapped on the wrist for it. So I'm listening to the broadcast now, watching the stream here. So this. Okay. So let's go through this. Brett says, is it definite? No, it's not definite that they're getting JT Miller. It just seems that they're in on him. And there's a possibility that that's the 13th overall pick, which might be a little bit too much. I get he's a 99-point player, but the fact that he's on expiring contract has me hesitant. Okay, then we got Andre says, I don't want to trade 13th pick for a guy who's going to be 30. Agree. The big thing for me is that it's the last year of his contract. I keep looking up at myself there if my camera's here. The big thing for me with JT Miller is the 1 year left before he goes to free agency. I don't want that. So that's my big thing. And then Anthony says, I do not want to trade any first rounders. I get it, Anthony. I really do. I get the hesitancy to trading away a first round pick again, considering how weak the prospect pool is. If it brings back something in terms of like someone who can help the roster today, I'm all for it. It does depend on who that person is, obviously. Like if we're trading that for Josh Anderson, get out of here with that. I'd take anyone else. I'd draft anyone else than trading it for Josh Anderson. But I don't want to just say we have to pick someone, because that's not going to help us for another 2, maybe 3 years. So that's where I'm at with that. This tells me Lou has no confidence top agents will come to the Islanders. Well, we'll see. We'll see with that. I don't know if he has no confidence they'll come to the island, or if he has no confidence they'll even get to free agency. That's another thing. Like, not how do I want to say this, is not being in, like, we don't know who's going to be available when it comes to free agency. So that's the key thing, I think. But we'll see if this actually pans out to something. They're talking about Turso. If you've ever been to Turso, like, it is a small town, and gladly they're known for Guy Lafleur, because all I think of when I think of Turso, which isn't far from here, is it stinks. It's not it literally, there's a paper processing plant in it and it smells bad. I'm sure it's only when you get close to the processing plant that it does, but my one memory of going to Turso is that it smells when you get there. So Jester says, why does that lady on stage have an Islanders jersey? It's a Mike Bossy thing. I was immediately going like, oh my God, we made a trade for first overall. It's a Mike Bossy thing. That's why. I think that's his daughter, if I'm not mistaken. So that's why we've got that there, Jester. Tom Shea. A 1 and a 2 and a 3 is Lawrence Welk, the new Chicago GM. Yeah, what a bad trade for Chicago, right? You're losing a young, controllable 40-goal scorer.
Would like to wish the best of luck.
Okay, I was just he was announcing something. Yeah, they lose a young, controllable 40-goal scorer for sure a 7th overall pick in a what I'm gonna say is a kind of weak draft. It's not to say they're bad. It's all bad players. It's you don't have any generational talent. You got a lot of like good players, let's say. So it's deep in that regard, but not deep enough where I would definitely want to move for 7th overall, specifically in losing to Brinkhead. But that's what that is. Bruce, is it worth a first round? If it's worth a first round, make the trade. So Bruce, I'm gonna ask you what are we talking about specifically? Because I may have lost. You may have typed out when I said something, and I'm not really catching what that's related to. So can you hit me back up with a little bit more context so I can get to that? Then we got Anthony back. 2023 draft is going to be real good. Definitely don't want to trade 23rd first. If you can get a good young player for this year's pick, I can deal with it. True. Yeah, I would much rather trade this year's pick than next year. Mainly because we don't know what next year is going to be like in terms of where the Islanders are picking, right? But the idea is that... Oh, how they're cheering Bossy in Montreal. Absolutely epic. My camera's completely out of focus here, unless I approach myself, which I guess I should do. There we go. That's better. Yeah, I would much rather... The Bossy story is legendary with the 50 goals. Sorry, Anthony. I would agree with you that I would rather trade this 2022 first than next year's. We know it's a 13th overall. It's not a crazy deep draft in terms of number 1 prospects, right? Like they're not picking a guy at like number 6 who can be a team-defining player. If you're taking someone at 6, they might end up being a top 6 forward or a top 4 defenseman. Might. So I would much rather trade next year's, mainly because we don't know what it is. It could be like 30th overall, 32nd overall. So like that's why I would much rather trade next year's than this year's. Noah says, what is the cost for Chychrun? Yeah, that's a good question. That is $1 million question right now. I know I was going back and forth with my buddy Ryan, and he was saying like this has to come down. Like the value for Chychrun has to come down. It can't be like we want 4 picks or 4 things and you know, the kitchen sink type of thing. It's got to be close to a first and a second and a toss-in. Something like the DeBrincat trade. It's got to be close to it. But we'll see what they think. The only problem I've got with that valuation is that when it comes to Chychrun, he's got term, right? He's signed for years still at a really good cap hit, right? So if we go to Arizona here, we got Jacob Chychrun, $4.6 million for the next 3 years, and he's 24. That's why I think it's going to be more than DeBrincat, who had 1 year left and a qualifying offer that needed $9 million. That's where I'm kind of like, I think the value is still going to be kind of high for Chychrun. But Chychrun has one really good year, whereas DeBrincat's got 2 at least. So that's where it's like, I don't know. Henrik says, I'm here for Lambert. Let's go, buddy. You mean Brad Lambert, right? Not Lane Lambert, as much as I love Lane Lambert. I'm also here for Brad Lambert. I would love to see them pick him if he's on the board. But we'll see. I have a thinking that they're going to go with Mintyukov. They're probably going to get a defenseman. I think that's where they're at. So Bruce, come back and say, no, sorry, Jester, I'm trying to do one at a time here. Who falls out of the top 10 and into the Islanders' lap this year? Ooh, well, it really honestly depends on who you're judging your top 10 by. Like, the rankings are all over the place this year in terms of who goes where. So it could honestly be anyone. So if we do Bob McKenzie's, let's look at that one here. Bob McKenzie draft rankings. Let's do that here. So obviously we've got Slafkovsky number 1 and Wright number 2. I think that's fair. And then you've got Cooley, Nemec, Gauthier, Jiriches, Kemel, Lekkerimaki, Savoie, and Casper. So who's going to fall out of those 10? If it's anyone, it's going to be Lekkerimaki. I don't think Lekkerimaki, I'm just adjusting my lights here because I don't like the lighting. I don't think Lekkerimaki is a top 10 pick. I really don't. So I think he falls out. So that's probably going to be the guy we see falling out of that top 10. So now Bruce says, if you can help this year's team, trade the pick. Amen. Amen, Bruce. I'm 1,000% behind you there. If you can make this team better, you trade it. That's the point of having those picks. I'm trying to keep that whistle wet with a nice Waterloo Rattler. I'm not paid to say that. I'm just a fan. But yeah, that's what I would do. The point is to make this team better now, right? Make the team as good as you can as soon as possible. At least when it comes to your window. And the Islanders' window is now. So they can't make this selection and say we've made the team better. If they've got an opening, if you've got an... Bettman. I love the Bettman banter. If you can package this pick to bring someone to help the team today, you make it. You have to. That's the whole point of having them. Noah says, I say 13th Holmstrom, Panik, and a 2022 second. Or 2023 second. So are we talking about trading for DeBrincat, or are we talking about Chychrun here, Noah? So just hit me back up in the comments, and I'll make sure to get to that. My big thing with the whole DeBrincat fallout, because there is a fallout going on right now, right? People are complaining like, oh, why didn't they match that? And I get it. I absolutely get it, because Could the Islanders have matched that? Yeah, kind of. I was waiting for the first pick. Not sure of all the picks, but believe something is up with Vancouver and the Islanders, per Elliot Friedman. So that is a thing that is happening right now. Apparently, Islanders and Vancouver are talking, which is epic. Let's go. I know they just re-signed Besser, so that's obviously off the table. You would have to imagine that it's for JT Miller, which we'll take, right? Like 99th overall, not 99th overall, but 99 points last year in 80 games. You'll absolutely take that. It's just at what cost? So, Tom Shea says, gotta draft Miroshnichenko if he's available at 13. He'll beat the cancer and be the steal of the 2022 draft. Nothing better than a comeback story, right? If he can beat cancer, and I'm sure he will, and then to just dominate would be epic. But I don't think anyone's going to draft him necessarily. I would love it. I would love for someone to just be like doing the opposite of Mailloux last year, or Mailloux, right? Montreal drafted Mailloux because then there was a bunch of negative press there. Draft someone with a bunch of positive press. That would be awesome. Like, we're going to draft this kid and we're going to help him out. We're going to get him healthy. We're going to get him going. It would be not just a good feel-good story. It'd be a good, like, you know, I don't know, like a bro story, if you will. Like, everyone's just doing the right thing. I don't know if that's a bro thing, but I think you know where I'm going with that. Okay, and then we've got Andre saying Mintyukov, please. Yeah, well, Andre's the reason I'm on to Mintyukov. Okay, so Chychrun is what Noah was saying. So for Chychrun, Noah is saying a 13th Holmstrom Panik and a 2022 third. I'm fine with that. I'll take it. I think it's a bit high, personally, but I'll take it. That's good for me. I'll absolutely do that. And I'm trying not to like spoil anything because there's probably going to be a delay on what I'm saying to what you're seeing. Plus, I'm seeing the tweets here, and I'm trying not to like pay attention to what guys are tweeting because I hate insiders going like, they're taking this guy a minute before they actually do it. I want the drama. I want the entertainment of it. I don't want to see like, they're taking this guy for every pick. That's just boring. Okay, so Jester, Isles could have matched only if Chicago liked one of their prospects more than the number 7 overall. Yeah, or to make up the gap, right? To make up the gap from 13 to 7 and then 65 to 39. They needed a player that good, and maybe it's Wahlstrom. I'm not so sure about that, but that could have, I think, done it, but clearly Chicago did not think so. Rizzy says, with the DeBrincat trade, does Kane get Chicago a first? Not sure anymore. I don't think so. I don't think Kane gets a first. Well, let's just say this. He's not in and of himself going to get them a first. What he could get them, or the way he gets them a first-round pick, is by them holding like 50% of his money. Which is what, $5.25 million. I think that's the only way they get to a first, is if they hold a ton of money. And to Rizzy, to me, Kane gets a couple of seconds in a younger player. Yeah, and like, it doesn't matter who the second or where that second overall or second rounder is. So Tom Shea says, as long as the Isles take on all of Kane's contract. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. I think that's too much. The Isles would be doing them too much of a service. So I think that's where they don't get a first. But Montreal stepped up to the podium, so let's see where they go with this. The overall is supposed to be Shane Wright. Yuri Slafkovsky made a jump up near the end. Do we think it's Slafkovsky, or do we think it's Wright? Trying not to look at Twitter at the same time. All right, here we go, the drama. Okay, there's thanking everyone under the sun in Montreal.
I would like to thank and welcome all the prospects and their families to Montreal.
Here we go. Let me know if the camera's a little bit out of
Montreal
focus, okay?
Canadiens organization, we would like to extend our deepest condolences to the Marchman family and to the San Jose Sharks for the untimely passing of Brian.
Oh God, this is killing me. This is great. This is what I wanted.
Congratulations to Joe Sakic and the Colorado Avalanche.
I wanted some drama and some build-up. I don't want to be like, oh, they're taking this guy. Ha, I know it. There's no point in watching it at this point.
Premier choix au repêchage with our first pick in the 2022 NHL draft. Les Canadiens de Montréal sont fiers de repêcher from the Slovakian national
Oh, they're going. Slivkowski, he's so surprised. Slivkowski, do you see his reaction? Slivkowski turns to like his mom and goes like, is this actually happening? Wow. He had no idea. He didn't think this was going to happen. Of course, a lot of us thought he might. Specifically Bob. Bob is just patting himself on the back here, like after that mock draft and he got all that crap. Wow. I'm not so sure on this pick. Obviously, Slivkovsky's a hell of a player. Saw him play for TPS a lot as I was watching Etoliukas. He's a hell of a player. Size, strength, skill. He's got a lot of factors, but I don't know about this. To me, you take the center, man. You take a guy who can be Patrice Bergeron. I'm not sure you take Slivkovsky here. I'm worried that what's happening with him is the rise of his valuation was because of a couple of tournaments, which I guess a couple of tournaments is a good thing, but I never like buying high on tournament performances because sample size is so low. I understand that's a personal thing and not everyone will agree with that, but that's where I'm sitting on this. So before we cut to the pick here, Jester said Kane gets them a first at the deadline to contender only if they retain 50%. Yeah, I agree with you there, Jester. Rizzy says, now what does New Jersey do? Do they have a bunch of young centers? Andre says, bad pick, you build via strong center. So I'm trying to lump those together here to make a larger point, because those three comments I 100% agree with Andre. You build through the centers, and I don't understand here. But for New Jersey, like Rizzy says, they got a bunch of young centers. What do they do with Shane Wright? Obviously, he's not NHL ready today. I think that's why Montreal didn't go with him, because they don't think that they can put him in the NHL right now. And on that merit alone, he won't be playing at the AHL level either, so he'll have to stay with Kingston. So, like, it doesn't really make sense for them to bring him in. I guess that's what they're thinking. So I think New Jersey trades that pick hard. If I'm New Jersey, I immediately call up Arizona and say, like, we will give you the second overall pick for oh my God, Chychrun. We give you the second overall for Chychrun, and they being Arizona might have to give more. Maybe not. I don't know. Like, it's hard to figure out exactly where the valuations go there, but what's up, Ryan? I don't know if I'm New Jersey, I call up Arizona right now. Like, I'm on the phone hard. I've got like double Lou phones going on calling New Jersey. What do you guys think? What do you think New Jersey does with this second overall pick now that Shane Wright is still on the board? Ooh, Andre. Do the Devils take Simon Nemec? Yeah, you know what? Like, that works. He's not NHL ready. That's the thing. I don't think any of these guys are NHL ready right now. I really don't. I don't think that even Slivkovsky is NHL ready. But here we are. I think they could take Nemec, because you're right, Andre. They need defensemen. But I don't know. They need NHL ready defensemen. I can't think that they're going to make a pick here in New Jersey. Brett, yeah, trade incoming. I have to think so. Like, not drafting for need, but he's really good. So, Brett, I agree with you. The trade is coming. If I'm New Jersey. Oh, wow. Slivkovsky, big message from Big Z over here. Oh, speaking in Slovak. Like, come on, Z. Like, we need to understand this too, bud. And what is he like in the basement? Like the kids are asleep. Like I don't understand why he was so goddamn quiet there. But yeah, so Brett, I agree. Trade is coming. I think New Jersey calls up Arizona right now. Anyone, like they call anyone. Like, do you want Shane Wright? Like, they call just about every team who didn't make the playoffs last year and be like, do you want a second overall pick? What are you going to give us for the second overall pick? Because that has to be in play. Yeah, like they're showing more tournament play. And like, I get it. Slavkovsky was good in the tournaments, but I'm a little worried. Like, maybe I'll eat those words in a couple of years, and for Montreal's sake, I hope I do. But to me, you take the center, man. You take the center all day, every day. Because, like, this guy can't play center. He says he could, because he's not going to say no, but you take the center, man, for sure. Ryan says, it's Jersey. They'll probably take Cooley. They always choose the best American. Yeah. Elliot Friedman, as I'm saying this, says Devils may be going D. We'll see what they do here, but this is going to make the rest of the top 5 pretty goddamn interesting, honestly. If they go D, now Shane Wright's available at 3, and he was the lock to go first overall. This is going to be interesting for sure. Andre says Seattle should put in a call Bernier's and Wright. Yeah, you're right. Like, Bernier's is a good player. He's really good. And if you can add Shane Wright to that building, like, what do you have in Seattle? Like, you got nothing. You might as well do this. Trade up, man. Jester says this kind of sucks for the Devils now. Do they entertain trading back? Yeah. Why the hell not? Yeah, that's a good point. Like, we don't need a center. Why not? We'll give you the second overall pick if you give us, I don't know, the 5th and the 6th. I don't know how that works exactly, like who's got those picks, but yeah, you take as much as you can get for that. If you can move back, why not? But I think for them, they're really concerned with God damn, I'm gonna have to hide Bob McKenzie here. I'm gonna mute Bob McKenzie. Oh, it pains me to do it, but I don't want to see him like do this all the time, because he just said Simon Nemec. So it looks like New Jersey's probably going Simon Nemec, which I hate. I hate that. I don't want to see it, but I want to make sure something comes up for the Islanders. I'm ready to see it. Okay, Andre says, Michelle, remember Nino going off in World Juniors and led Islanders to pick him? Wasn't a great pick. You're right. There is a bit of the Islanders shooting themselves in the foot with that one, right? But there is something to be said about, like, look, when it comes to soccer anyways, I know this isn't soccer, but Alex Ferguson always says you never buy off of a good tournament, right? So, like, and what he means there is specifically you don't buy off of a good World Cup, right? Like, a guy can have a really, really good World Cup, but you don't pay high for it because it's just a tournament. And so that's how I feel about this specifically, about the same thing. Ryan says, I trained Josie well. She's so into hockey, she just cheered for the draft. Yes, go Josie, let's go. My kids are not watching this. They don't really care. Maybe eventually they'll care. Right now they do not. Jester, Arizona would moonwalk to the podium if Wright is available at 3. Yeah, you're right. I guess I should have the draft order up because I don't even know the order outside of 1 and 2 off the top of my head. So yeah, we've got, okay, Seattle. No, Arizona. Whew. Okay. Martin Brodeur gets a standing ovation in Montreal, of course. It's just a drive-by from Matt Knight. That's even more epic. She's driving by like, yeah, draft, yeah. So does New Jersey think they're getting Moritz Seider 2.0 here? I'm not saying they're not. I think that's their thought process here, is that we're getting a guy that in 1 year's time is definitely going to be NHL ready and is going to be an impact player for us.
The Devils do New Jersey. With the second selection, the New Jersey Devils are proud to select from Nitra,
Simon Nemec. Oh my God. Look at him though. He is thick. He is a thick boy. Woohoo! Good job. Wow, Shane Wright is not feeling right now. That's a pick, man. Like, I don't know about this one. It's not to say that he's not good. Like, there are guys who have been really high on him for a long time. I'm pretty sure Cam Robinson has been on him high for a while now. And I don't think even he thought he would go number 2 overall. This is nuts. He's a good player, honestly. Like, he does everything well. He's got the size, he's got the offense, he's got the skating. I get why they're interested. It's just for a team that's looking to compete or take that step, to the playoffs. I'm gonna have to keep doing that all night because then camera time's out after half an hour. For a team that's looking to take the step up to the playoffs, I don't think he gets you there because he's not NHL ready, at least in my opinion. That doesn't mean that they can't play him at the NHL level. They certainly could, but I don't think he's going to be an impact player for them, which is what they're looking for, and they probably could have got that with the second overall. Although maybe what they're thinking is, we don't want to waste a second overall pick, right? We've got it. We don't want to waste it by just giving it away to get someone in. Might as well just take someone type of thing that is a second overall worthy. That might be what they're thinking. So yeah, Rizzy's like, wow, bad pick. I don't know if it's a weird pick is what I'm going with. Mainly because I didn't think that they were going to want to do this specifically, because it doesn't fit with where they are in their cycle. And that's not a shot at Nemec. It's just kind of, now I've got questions as far as what New Jersey's doing exactly. Because I understand they've got this pick, and don't they have also a second round pick? Like, and it's going to be an early one, obviously. So I get that. They can probably trade that second round pick, but I don't know what they're doing. That's why I think it's a weird pick. Right, it's Shane right at 13. Look, Lou's gonna wait, man, and I absolutely, if he's available at 13, I don't trade it. I do not trade this pick. I'll take back everything I said and put this foot in my mouth. This one here, I'll try. If Shane Wright is available, I'm putting this foot in my mouth. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do it flexible wise, but I'm gonna do my best. And Rizzy says there is a reason why New Jersey picks in the top 5 every year. Yeah, that's a good point, man. Like, you can't. Wow, I get. Okay, I can't really shake my head too hard at them, because I'm gonna use the same. I'm gonna say the same stuff when it comes to the Islanders. Like, what could have happened here is that they might not have been able to trade to get what they wanted, right? Like, what they were looking for probably wasn't available, or they were going to give off too much to get what they want, and it just didn't make sense to them. I think that's their kind of their thinking here, but I really do think it's a weird one, because I wouldn't have done that if I was New Jersey. I would have traded it hard for as much, like, milk all that as much as you can. But I guess that's what happens when guys surprise you, right? Like, I imagine they went into the draft saying, if we had the number 1 overall pick, who would we take? And it's probably Simon Nemec. So they thought, well, we're in a situation where we can take our favorite guy. We've got to do it. That's me trying to justify what they're doing, but I don't know. This was a weird one for me, man. Like, I don't know if this is the right move for New Jersey. Obviously, they think so, but only time will tell, right? So now we got to think, what is Arizona going to do now? They have to take Wright. They have to take Shane Wright. No question about it. And they could play him in the NHL right away. They don't have anyone. They have no one.
You're not trying hard enough to better your organization.
So honestly, I think if you're Shane Wright, you're probably looking at this going, I probably wasn't going to get into the Montreal squad. I probably wasn't going to get into the New Jersey squad today. But I can get into the Arizona squad. And I understand they're going to have a 5,000 seat stadium for the next 3 years. But I think that's a good place for Shane Wright. So we'll see, man. I really think that this could be a good landing place for Shane Wright. How are we feeling about the JT Miller talk with the Islanders? I haven't seen anything in a little bit, but the last I heard is that they're talking. The Islanders in Vancouver were talking, and really, when you look at the Vancouver Canucks team, obviously they have a ton of players on there, but the one guy that stands out is JT Miller. I think that's the only guy that they're going to be willing to trade. Ideally, you get Quinn Hughes, but like they're not moving Quinn Hughes, so it's gonna have to be JT Miller, which is fine. But I don't know if it's 13th overall worthy, specifically because he's got 1 year left. What is going on with Arizona, man? Could they not afford different suits? I don't understand why they're all wearing the same colored suits. Does anyone have any intel on that? Are they taking someone from Britain? From Slovakia? Because those are Slovakian colors. I don't understand why they all went with the same color here. Okay, so Ryan says because NJ is still benefiting from the Taylor Hall curse. Yep. Yep. There's still residual effects of the Taylor Hall curse. I understand what you're saying, says Rizzy, but they have to trade down in this situation. Yeah, you got to find a way to do it, right? You have to find a way to trade down, because this doesn't seem like it was the right pick for them, in my opinion.
My name is Javier Gutierrez. I'm the present CEO
So,
of the Arizona Coyotes.
we'll see what Arizona does here. There, I imagine they take Shane Wright. If they don't take Shane Wright, this is a huge indictment on who he is as a player, because he was supposed to be the lock #1 player, and now he's not even fitting into the top 3. That's going to be rough. I'm seeing a lot of Cooley at 3, and I get it. I totally get it. He makes sense, but I really honestly think that it's going to be Shane Wright here. So Rizzy says, please no JT Miller. This would be typical Isles and Lou. This is the problem having an 80-year-old GM. Well, I don't know about that. I don't know if it's a problem having 80-year-old GM. I think it's just, we'll see. I don't want to throw anyone under the bus, he being like Lou specifically here, until we know. But my thing with JT Miller is that he's a hell of a player, and will obviously take the production. But I worry about what that would mean for the Islanders, specifically if they give up that 13th overall pick. Like, that's too much to pay for a guy who's entering free agency next year. So, here we go. They're making the pick. I'm going to be quiet while they make the pick.
Bill Armstrong to make our selection.
Look at that hairline. My God.
Arizona selects from the U.S. National Development Program, Logan Cooley.
So they went Cooley. Wow. Shane Wright, WTF, man. This is wild. I'm flabbergasted. Again, this isn't a shot at Logan Cooley. It's really not. Like, Logan Cooley's a great player and is a great pick. I don't know what the hell these teams are seeing in Shane Wright, that they don't want to take him in the top 3. Like, they're running from Shane Wright like it's the plague. I don't understand it. I don't get it. Again, Cooley, good player. But I don't get what they're thinking here. because Cooley is.
Logan Cooley's a fascinating center. When you look at Bill Armstrong,
Isn't Logan Cooley committed to college? I thought he was like committed to. Oh, I'm not gonna pronounce or say the name, so because I don't remember it off the. It might have been Harvard or something. Someone help me out here if you can. Where is Logan Cooley going next year? University of Minnesota. Like, he's committed to the University of Minnesota next year. So I don't get that, because you could have had Shane Wright jump to the NHL next year. But now they've got a guy who won't.
Well, Jeff, the word is
for at least a year, or at least 2 years. He's going to be at University of Minnesota at least 2 years. And while I guess that helps his development, I don't know. I'm kind of really flabbergasted. I'm trying to listen to what they're saying, and it sounds like they really liked what he was very agreeable with them. And you're like, okay, all right, that doesn't seem like something I would run to the hills to draft. I get. But okay, all right. I really like Cooley, says Rizzy. Yeah, he's a good player. I don't know if it's a really good pick. It's a good pick, but I'm just kind of concerned with they could have gone somewhere else with this, but specifically with the direction of their franchise. But you know, they're the ones being paid to do it. I'm not. Ryan says, I'm not a big on trading a first for 29-year-old with a single year on his deal, but he can play center, which means that he can take draws for Barzell. You got to make sure Wright isn't available at 13. Yeah, Lou's going to wait. He's not going to be forced into a pick until number 12's, or sorry, even trade. He's not going to be forced into doing anything. Do we have a trade?
You're losing some energy, but 2 trades to...
You're losing some energy.
That's good. You want to hear the 2 trades? They involve the Canadians.
Oh! 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 Is it the Islanders? Romanov!
Canadians trade Romanov and pick number 98 in this year's draft to the New York Islanders.
Yes, baby! Romanov!
Number 13 in this year's draft.
The House fans are like, ah, mais c'est quoi? Calice de tabarnak, c'est qu'est-ce qui se passe là? Woo!
Montreal trades picks number 13 and 60.
Let's go. I love it. Oh my god.
To the Chicago Blackhawks.
And we got a 98th overall pick too. I'm really stoked about this. And so wait, what did they do? Oh, and they sent the 13th to Chicago for Kirby Dach?
In the 2022 NHL draft belongs to the Seattle Kraken. Seattle, you're on the clock.
Well, we promised
So
it was going to be unpredictable and not one but
I wonder what this means for Robin Salo.
they have a former 3rd overall pick, Kirby Dach, coming to their team now. Romanov,
Like, I don't
as well as that number 13 pick they had acquired when they
I don't think they're going to run Salo and Romanov together. I really don't. Okay, so both of them. Okay, here we go. I'm reacting to your reactions here. Wow, wowzy, I miss it. What was a trade? Yep, Doc. Okay, so to recap the trades, Islanders sent their 13th overall to Montreal for Alexander Romanov and the 98th overall pick in this draft. Montreal then flips that 13th overall to Chicago for Kirby Dach, which is like a 3rd-line center type thing. He's got like, I looked him up today, it was like 26 points in 70 games for Chicago this year. I really like Alex Romanov. I think he is a much better Robin Salo player. Puck mover, skates well, quarterback the power play, young, right? Like, I really like Alex Romanov as a player. I'm really excited. He's 22 years old, guys. He's 22. He doesn't turn 23 till January 6th. So that's massive. He's not signed, though, so the Islanders have to sign him to a contract. 13 points, 79 games. You're going to say he doesn't put up a lot of points. That's fine. He can. But even if he doesn't, what he brings to the table is giving you that ability to kind of bleed some of that pressure. So I'm not going to say that this is a slam dunk amazing trade for the Islanders. I got really hyped up in the emotions of it all. But I'm actually excited about this. I really like this pick. To everyone who was like, the Lou doesn't trade, doesn't pick up young players. Here we go. Okay, so wait, it wasn't for the 13th overall? What did they send then? Let me scroll down here. So keeping score to bring it 13, 39, and 66. So they sent the 13th plus to Chicago for Kirby Dach. Okay. I don't know about that. That sounds... Whatever. We got Alexander Romanov for 13th overall pick plus. I kind of like this. It does tell you that the price for Jacob Chychrun was high. If the price for Alexander Romanov was a 13th overall, the price for Chychrun would have been a lot. But yeah, like that's... Wow. Okay. Everyone's now trying to talk to me like, what? Who's this Romanov guy? Talking about it now. Talking now on the stream. So yeah, I don't like it at all. He's not worth the 13th overall pick. So what is your concern then, Rizzy? I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't want to make it sound like you're wrong for thinking that, because you're not. I just want to know where you think he's not worth it. So Ryan says he would rather this trade than Chychrun. Romanov's a big kid, skates well, says Jester, good outlets and block shots. He is. So his size is, I just want to get it right here, 6'1", 209. So not massive, but he's got NHL size. He skates well. Yeah, Seattle takes no time at all to take Shane Wright. Like that was the no joke pick for them. But when he was playing at the KHL level in 1920 as a 19-year-old, he was really, really good. He was lights out. People were really, really high on this kid. So I'm really happy for the Islanders here. I think this is a good pickup. I don't know if it's going to... You're going to see a lot of people say, like, B- trade. And they might be right, but I worry what the Islanders could have got if it wasn't him. So, we'll see. I see a lot of people saying they're wasting this. I don't think they're really wasting this 13th overall pick. We have to remember 13th overall wasn't going to get us an NHL-ready player. The Islanders got an NHL-ready player who's team controllable for years. He's 22 years old. He's just coming off his ELC. I don't know why we're... I know we're maybe not excited because it's not a sexy name, but this is definitely a guy that's, wasn't on the radar type of thing. So let me just go to some other stats here. I'm trying to bring up his hockey reference page. Alex Romanov, hockey ref. Ryan says they could still be in on Miller. Yep. And yes, Rizzy, he is an RFA, being Alex Romanov. He's an RFA right now. Okay, so he played 20 minutes last year. He's averaging 20 minutes and 24 seconds of ice time as a 22-year-old. I like this. This gives the Islanders youth. It gives growth. There's still growth potential here for him. And then, so what do we got here? Tom Shea says, seems to be a lot for a guy that hasn't put up numbers in the NHL. What did Romanov do in the KHL? Well, in 1920, he's got 7 points in 43 games. So if we do, you know what, I'm going to do the NHLE for that. So that's, project that out to be what would it look like at the NHL level. So let me get up that. Yeah, don't do the -9. I don't really care about the -9. He was on an awful contract or an awful team, so I'm not really worried about that so much. So translation factors: KHL is .772. Romanov had 7 points in 43 games as a 19-year-old. So let's do that. So 743. I'm just doing some math here on my keyboard or on my computer here. Divided by that times 0.772 times 82. Like, it's not a whole lot. He's like an 11-point NHLer at 19 years old, but playing in the KHL, the second best league in the world, and playing with men. So I'm not going to say that this guy is going to push for top pair honors, but what the Islanders are getting is a puck-moving, young, controllable player, NHL ready, can play 20 minutes at the NHL level, was -9 on, if we're going to go the -9, on a garbage hockey team, right? They were absolute garbage last year. If we're doing plus-minus, he's like, there's another, how do we do this here? If I flip it backwards, another 13 players on the roster who are worse than him in terms of plus-minus. So I wouldn't mind that. I think he's like one of their better defensemen who played more than a handful of games in terms of plus-minus. So there is that. Okay, so why would you want him? He's an RD. We need a lefty. He is a lefty, so we're okay there. And then Ryan says he's a 10.2 RFA, which means he can't even be offer sheeted because he hasn't played enough games. Yeah, so it's complete team control. It's complete team control here. I like this trade for the Islanders. We can squabble about the value, and I'm not going to say you're wrong. If you think the Islanders probably could have got more for the 13th overall than just Romanov, fine. But I think the Islanders did well here. So sorry, I'm just going to tweet this out here. Talking Romanov. Now, boom, I'm just trying to get more people in this discussion here. If I can type properly at once. Tweet that out. Okay, so Brett says, I'm sorry, but not good value, in my opinion. We will see. So I like that you added the we will see, because in your opinion, it's not good value. That's fine. I think maybe the Islanders gave a bit more than they maybe should have. It's not going to be much, though. But what that does say to me is that whatever the price for Chychrun was, the Islanders couldn't meet it, or didn't want to meet it, because it was going to be everything. It also tells me that the Chicago Blackhawks did not want whatever the hell the Islanders were offering for DeBrincat. They were not even interested in anything sniffing at that. So Tom Shea says, we get a starting D for the 13th pick. I'm okay with that. We'll still have cap space for a free agent. That's just it. Like, what is it going to take to sign this guy? 2 years, $2 million a piece? It's not going to cost a lot, so we've kept a lot of flexibility here. Andre says, love the trade for Romanov. I'm a fan. I'm a big fan. I cheered really loud. I got a little bit maybe too excited because I was excited for the fact that they traded. But I'm happy with this. I understand that the value might not be there for everyone. You might have wanted more for that. I think you're going to see this in a couple of years, that the value is going to go up on this trade. Like, you're going to see that Romanov was worth it. I believe that's what I believe. You might not think so, and that's perfectly fine. But if you don't, let me know why. Just where was I? Tom Shea says, so we find a veteran right D to play with Dobson. Well, we would have to find a veteran lefty, right? Because Dobson's the righty there.
With the 5th overall pick, the Philadelphia Flyers are proud to pick Cutter Gauthier.
There we go. Cutter Gauthier going to Philly. Good pick by them. Heck of a player. Heck of a name. Remember when he was going to go 13th overall, probably? Okay, so. Yeah, we'll have to find a lefty to play with Noah Dobson is what we're going to have to do. Just pardon me 1 second. I'm going to open the door here because it's getting real hot down here with all these monitors and lights on and me talking. So 1 quick second. Romanov is 22, Andre. Whew. There we go. Get a breeze in here. Oh my lord. Okay, so I'm getting back to the questions here. Jester says, I have faith the Islanders scouts will find someone in the 2nd and 3rd rounds. Yeah, so do I. I'm interested to see who is going to be available to them in the second and third rounds tomorrow. I'm going to be working, so I won't be able to live react to it, but I'm going to be on the computer, so I'll be able to follow along. And Andre says this guy's young and talented. He definitely is. So Trav says, agree, let it play out. Romanov plays this year and is cheap and young. Yeah, honestly, right? Like, he's a second-round pick, so I understand, like, Montreal got extra value there in that regard. But he's 22 years old, won't turn 23 till March. He doesn't have a lot of points, but you have to really look more for what he brings in terms of his level of play. What does he bring to the table in terms of a skill set? And he's a good skating, puck-moving defenseman. And puck-moving doesn't necessarily equal going to put up a lot of points. It just means that he can take the puck out of a pressure situation and put it into an offensive situation. That's something he can do, and he can do pretty well. And he's not shy to be physical. He's not shy to get in your face. He blocks shots. Like, he plays a more well-rounded NHL game. Look, he averaged 20 minutes and 24 seconds of ice time last year with the Montreal Canadiens, and did relatively well compared to everyone else. So while I haven't dug down to his underlying analytics, both this year and last, but even as Montreal was going through their cup run, everyone was wondering why they weren't playing Alex Romanov, because they wanted him to be playing because he was that good. And they didn't. And so they kind of, maybe not paid for it. He wasn't going to win them the cup, but he was something that they were missing, they being the Montreal Canadiens. So, yeah, we're getting a good player here. Don't. It's not a sexy name. It's not a name we've been anticipating. It's not a name that everyone has been like, this is guy's going to revolutionize things for us. It's not Jacob Chychrun, but don't sleep on Alex Romanov. Don't. Okay, so Ryan says the Isles didn't need Chychrun. They needed a sandpaper and breakout guy to play next to Dobson and break up zone entries and get out of the zone. Dobson is our Chychrun. I agree with this. I don't understand people who keep asking me on Twitter, why do you like this trade? I specifically under the comments of like of my tweet for my post for the live stream. Like, just come to the live stream and talking about it. Talking about it here. Join the chat. Unbelievable. I don't think that they're going to be pairing Romanov with Dobson, as well as that's a left-right. I don't know if they're going to do that, but I think we're going to see them bring in another lefty. They might start the year Romanov and Dobson, but I don't think they're going to go the distance with that. I think they're going to want someone a little bit more experienced, because Romanov only got 2 years in the NHL, whereas you want someone with a little bit more tenure. So we'll see. Oh god, I've seen the Fire Lou Lamoriello stuff from some like podcast. Unbelievable. Can we just like relax? It's not. Come on, ridiculous. Okay, so where was I? The Chychrun thing. Andre said, how old is he? He's 22. Tom Shea says Rizzy's spot on. I believe that was about Dobson and Romanov is not a good fit as our second decor. Yeah, I'm not sure. I kind of agree with that. I don't think that Romanov is a good fit for a second pair necessarily right now. But what we could do is have Pelech, Dobson, Romanov, Pulock. I like that a little bit more. So if we construct it that way, I definitely prefer Romanov on the second pair. I don't like him necessarily with Noah Dobson just because of their age. Really, it really comes to that. I don't want Dobson to be basically the elder statesman for that. So. Okay, so then we've got Sports Trick Shot, who says, do the Islanders make any other big moves this offseason, whether it's via trade or signing? Yeah, 100%. I totally think they do. They still got money left over. While they have to sign Dobson, they've got to sign Romanov now. You can still move Josh Bailey. It's a real possibility. And so you trade Josh Bailey and you've added basically $1 million worth of cap space while signing Dobson and Romanov. Or both of them take out what Bailey takes with him to wherever he goes. So we'll see about that. Robert Burgess says, did Romanov play with Sorokin on CSKA? I believe yes. Yeah, he definitely did. So he played on the 1920 Moscow team, CSK Moscow. So like he was with him for a while. Of course, he's bringing up the soccer team. I want the hockey team. Okay, so yeah, so did he play there? Romanov. He did. Played 43 games in 1920 with CSKA Moscow, where Ilya Sorokin was. So yeah, he's got quite a bit of experience playing with Ilya Sorokin. Maybe that's someone planting the seed for a Varlamov trade. Maybe. We'll see about that. Like, he's at least got a Russian buddy with him type thing. So, Riz, maybe the plan is pairing off. There we go. Pelech, Dobson, Romanov, Pollock. You can tell that Ryan and I are pretty good buddies because he wrote exactly what I said, or I said exactly what he wrote without either of us knowing we were doing it. So, epic. Pyrell says, early night for Lou. Now he can take his nap. Pyro, how you feeling about the trade? You feel good about it? Do you not? Let me know. All right. Rizzy says, you saw when they split Pelech Pollock, they played horrible without each other. They need to stay together. We needed a lefty for Dobson. Doesn't mean that we're not going to get one. And I don't have the underlying numbers of Pelech and Pollock away from each other, but there was something to Pelech and Dobson playing well together. I think you might be referring to the start of the year where things weren't going well. They really weren't, but I don't think it was on the split that it wasn't going well. I just think that nothing was really going well for the Islanders. So I think you'll see a better pairing in terms of Pollock, Dobson, if that's the case this year. We'll see if that's what they do, but that's where we're at. My bigger takeaway here with Romanov coming in is, what does that mean for Robin Salo? Right, like that. I still think they're going to bring in a veteran defenseman. So that means there's no room for Robin Salo. So either they're going to just keep him at the AHL level, or they're going to trade him. So something's going to happen with Robin Salo, I think. Unless they play him, but that means they're going to get really, really young, really, really quick. Okay, they played separately for 8 games, and Pollock got a major injury, and Pollock was forced to cover a character slow start. I think that's supposed to be Chara's auto-corrected there. It was only 8 games. I thought it was much more. Could be wrong. I'm just trying to run through these because I'm lagging behind here. Crewing Angel, I'm okay with this so far. I like it. See, this is just like reserving the room for... I understand, like, people might say, you're sitting on the fence. But I like what Crewing Angel is saying here. Like, I don't need to go too far pro or too far against. I have my reasons for not liking it, but I also have my reasons for liking it. So we'll see how it plays out, because it could go very, very well for the Islanders.
Rafael Nadal, so he's gone through some injury woes. He had to drop out of Wimbledon today.
Yeah, I keep seeing people like, they gave off a 13th overall for a guy who's going to maybe be a top 4 guy. He is a top 4 guy. It's not a maybe. He is a top 4 guy. There's no question about it. And he's only 22. He's not even reached his peak yet. So, come on. All right. Ryan says, Gafar apparently reported that Lou blew up the Miller trade at the table. Love it. I didn't want that JT Miller trade. It just wasn't the right move for the Islanders. Jeremy, what's up? Does Romanov coming to the Islanders mean Varlamov's on the move? Sorokin have a new connection? I love where you're thinking, bud. I love where you're thinking. I don't think so. I don't think this necessarily means that, we got a new Russian buddy who did play with Sorokin. Peace the hell out, Varlamov. But it certainly makes that angle dissipate. It no longer exists, right? You can't say, like, they have to keep Varlamov because they want to have a friend over for Sorokin. They've got one. They got a guy who not only is young and Russian, but played with him for CSKA Moscow. So it's just all the connections are there. The only issue there is that you can't necessarily trade Varlamov that easy because of that 16-team no trade list. It's just not something that's yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. But Tom Shea says Isles D works best when everyone is playing about 20 minutes per D-man. No more Chara putting up 20 minutes, putting up 20 plus minutes.
Thank you very much.
You got to roll the three pairs pretty evenly. And this kid has got lungs, man. Like, we were all complaining about how they're too old, and rightfully so. They got young. I don't think they're going to keep getting that young on the blue line. I think they're going to still bring in a veteran defenseman to help out here. We see Juriches get selected here. I'm falling behind on even the picks here because the Islanders did something big, and that's what we're here to talk about. Okay, so from Jeremy, we'll go to Tom Shea. Isles D works best. Did that one. Sorry, Tom. Ryan says Riz Pollock was injured in Game 11. And they spent the time together to start the season. Yeah, that's fair. Andre Manassian is Salo trade bait. I'm fine with it, but no Gaudreau is a long cold summer. Yeah. Sorry, I lumped you together because your guys' emoticon or avatar looks the same. But Andre says it's Salo trade bait. I think he becomes trade bait now. I really do. I think they've now are going to be looking at bringing in a veteran defenseman, and that means that there's no room for Robin Salo. Pyrell says, I'm fine with it, but no Gaudreau is a long, cold summer. Still doesn't mean we're not going to get Gaudreau. It certainly doesn't help because that's another contract, another mouth to feed, but that was always going to happen. It's just that this mouth is not going to cost very much. Like, we're talking re-signing this guy is probably going to be just like Noah Dobson, probably less. So like $1.5 to $2 million. This kid's just coming off his ELC. So I'm just resetting the DSLR here. He's just coming off his ELC. So yeah, I'm perfectly okay with this. I think it could work out very well for the Islanders. Andre says, does Bo get moved? Probably. I think they could move him, but it's going to have to be for an upgrade, right? That's the whole point of the thing. Is if they trade Anthony Beauvillier, it's that they're making a hockey trade, so they're bringing in something better. But they clearly got what they were looking for here in terms of what that hockey trade looked like. So I don't know if Bo gets moved now. Reese says, I'm not worried about Salo. I'd use him as trade chip. Yeah, at this point, like, and maybe you thought that beforehand. And that's, again, perfectly fine if you did. I didn't want to trade him beforehand because we didn't have a young guy to step in and play on the defense. Now that we've got it, I'm perfectly okay with it. Yeah, I'm totally fine with having him as a trade bait. All right, Chicago takes Kevin Korchinski, 7th overall. Good pick for them. They didn't even have a first-round pick. Now they've got 2, but they traded Alex DeBrincat to do it, so, like, whatever. Bo is in the draft room at the table from what I've been seeing. Is he? I haven't seen that. Okay. That's epic. So, yeah, I guess he's not going anywhere. That would be hella awkward. But it does make sense. He's French, and he's from the area. He's not from Montreal. He's from Sorel-Tracy, which is just outside of Montreal. So that's probably why they brought him, because there's the French guy, the token French guy. Mitch, what's the take? Do we like the deal from Matt O'Leary NY? I don't know this person. Buddy, love you. I like this trade. I got really, really excited when it was announced. I like this trade. I think for the Islanders, it brings youth, it brings movement, and that's 2 things they wanted. Does it bring offense? People are going to say no because the numbers aren't there, and they're not wrong. 13 points last year is not offense, but I really like this trade, buddy, and I hope you do too. What do you think, Matt? What do you think? I'm always interested in everyone else's opinion. Star Wars Rye Guy, love it. I was close to crying when they did trade, but now that I've seen more things about Romanov, I'm okay. And that's fine. Like, we're going to try to talk you off a ledge, but it's not to try to convert you into, like, you don't have to be a believer. You just have to approach us and go, I'm going to give this the potential, or the time to realize its potential. Because, yes, 13th for Romanov might not scream when you look at it like that was a good trade, like they got all their value and maybe more, right? Like the New York Islanders got more out of that trade than the Montreal Canadiens did. That's not necessarily the case as it stands now, but it's really close to 50-50, I would say. And I think when this ends, we're going to be okay with this trade. I don't want the Isles to trade Bo, it says Rizzy. I agree. The only reason I ever wanted to trade Bo was for an upgrade. And I think they got their upgrade on the D. I don't think they're going to have to make a trade for Anthony Beauvillier. Tom says, how long do we have to wait for the Isles pick in the second round? Well, it's 65th overall, is it honestly the very last pick of the second round, so it's going to go by a lot quicker than this, right? We're only at pick 8, and it's 8:15. So we're an hour and 15 minutes in, and they've made 8 of the 32 picks. I'm not good at math, but that's a quarter of the draft has been done. Not even. They've only done 7 picks. They're on draft pick 8. So we've got 1.5 times 3. So we got another 4.5 hours of this, it seems. I'm gonna need another beer, I think. Oh my god.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, I'm not saying be excited about Romanov. I am. But I think you give it the time it needs to show the value or not, right? Like, we have to give this at least a year. If at the end of the year Romanov is an absolute bust and doesn't play well, then you say, like, okay, it wasn't worth it. But if you can play 20 minutes, look comfortable on the ice out there, and put up a couple of points, it was worth it. Pick up the kid from softball. Right. Sorry, Tom's just finishing his sentence there. Jeff Toto says, why is Salo expendable now? Don't we still have to pair someone with Mayfield, assuming Romanov plus Dobson pair? So, Jeff, that's a good point. But I think what we're going off here is that you're probably splitting off Pelech and Pollock. And maybe some fans are like, ah! But you move Pelech and Dobson together, Pollock and Romanov, and now you've got Mayfield. And you still need a veteran D there, or not, you don't need a veteran D, I was talking ahead of myself there. You still need a defense in there with Mayfield, but I think the Islanders are going out and getting a left-handed veteran D, and so maybe you reshuffle those lineups as well, or you just keep them there with Mayfield. But they're going to get another D, and I think they're going to look to free agency to do that. And so that's why I think Salo becomes expendable as they try to add some fits in terms of offensively. Isn't Romanov can fit some neat... I'm just reading a BD Gal last week, and I don't know why I'm doing that. Okay, so Ryan says, my thought is you trade Salo and bring in, like, Zadorov. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You try to move Salo to bring in maybe a little bit more value. Cause not value, but experience. Because I think the thing with Robin Salo is they saw that maybe he can play at the NHL level, but he can't play that well, or as well as they would like him to. Star Wars, do the Isles still have the chance to trade a player and pick to get JT Miller today? I don't think so. I think that ship has sailed. I think JT Miller's probably going to get traded at the deadline now. I think that was the Vancouver Canucks' best chance to move him. And so we'll see going forward if they find another opening. But we saw the most volatility we've ever seen in the opening round of the draft here. So I don't think that we're going to see JT Miller get moved. And then Krill Angel, it's been an hour, only 8. Yeah, it's been. I didn't even see who Detroit picked. Marco Kasper? Is it Marco? It is. So, anyone that Detroit picks, everyone's got to be like, damn it. That was the guy we should have taken. Matt says, I like the deal. I think he has untapped potential to get a free agent forward. Boom. Love it. Absolutely. That is a correct take, in my opinion. I would see the same way. So, like, I like this pick for this trade for the Islanders, man. Pyrell says, Isles fans praying hard right now for the health of Brock Nelson. Why do you say that? I don't understand why you say that exactly. I don't know what that is referring to. Is that to help, or that he continues doing what he did last year? Is that where we're going with Pyrell? I don't know. Rizzy, it sounds like Forsberg and Gaudreau will re-sign with their clubs to Brinket traded. Where are we getting an offensive upgrade on the top line now? That is a good point. You don't have guys out there that are top line, at least in our opinion, ready, right? Like the guys were Forsberg and it was Gaudreau. They're probably going to resign, although it seems like Gaudreau has ghosted his the Calgary Flames, so maybe not. But I think we might be able to get a free agent, but it might end up being someone like Burakovsky. Don't kill me! Maybe it ends up being someone like Burakovsky, who's fine, but it is obviously not like you would all believe a lock to be a top-line forward. And okay, so Ryan says, interesting. Apparently someone is reporting Lou was talking to Vancouver about Tyler Myers, not Miller. Tyler Myers? Why the hell would we want Tyler Myers? What the heck? Maybe I'm missing something here. It's Tyler Myers. That's the big 6'9" defenseman. 6'8", 229, 32 years old. Signed for the next 2 years at $6 million. Not a great skater. Doesn't put up a lot of points. 18 points. The best years, 36 points in 82 games back in 17-18. I don't... Oh, if Brock gets hurt, says Pyro, we're screwed. If Brock gets hurt, it's going to suck for sure, because he's an epic player for us. But, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure, Ryan, why they would go for Myers. So, maybe that's Ryan, like Ryan's trying to bring to our attention, like, the 13th overall might not have been in play for Miller. But it has to be. It has to be. It can't be for Myers. It can't be. No way, not for Myers. So. Yeah, so like now we're going into pick number 9. It's been a heck of a ride for the Islanders. Sorry, I'm out of focus here. You can see I'm kind of getting a little sweaty here. That's this is going to be very divisive, as everything is for the Islanders. Everything gets chewed up and spit out and loved and hated, but honestly, I think this is going to be a good move for the Islanders. Again, referencing Alexander Romanov. I liked Romanov before he even set foot in the NHL. He was a good player at the KHL level, young, standing out, doing well. I think he could be a really good player for the Islanders given the opportunity. Now we're going to see what opportunity they give him, but I'm really happy that they went young, right? They brought in a 22-year-old guy. They're paying a little bit high, but the guy moves the puck, man. Like, he's maybe not the most epic puck mover in the NHL, but again, he is 22 years old. Like, he's going to get better and quick. So, like, I'm not too worried about it. He plays on the PK. Like he does everything. He's really good, man. He's not amazing, but he's a second pair defenseman. He's 21 years old. Sorry, turned 22. Yeah, we gave it 13th overall, but it seems that was the best value for that 13th overall. It seems. Now, you can say it wasn't, but we don't know, right? Lou Lamoriello looked at the market that he had available for that 13th overall pick, and to him, getting Alex Romanov was the best value for him in terms of what he needs for this team. Now, I know I've seen a lot of people out there say, like, wow, we need forwards. Okay, yes, I guess. But we've seen the Islanders win with this group of forwards. We've seen they don't score a lot of goals, I understand, but we've seen them win even though they don't score at a top 10 rate. But they didn't have any defensemen. They needed that, and they've got one, and a young one, and that's got promise. And clearly, the Islanders identified this kid as having something they can give him, or he can give them, to fill the void going forward and help them get back to a playoff position. Okay, so Ryan says the question people are talking about is Lou bringing in Romanov as an offensive guy or a defensive guy? He should be seen as a defensive guy. Meyer is a defensive guy. Yeah, true. Yeah, you're right. Like, Myers is definitely a defensive guy. So, and that's something Lou said. What specifically? Who was Buffalo taking? Matthew Savoy going to Buffalo. Good pick for them. Good pick for them for sure. Good player, man. So yeah, they being the Islanders and in Lou Lamoriello said they need an offensive and defensive defenseman. When he said that, I was immediately worried for Robin Salo. Just going to reset the SLR here. I was worried for Robin Salo. I'm still worried for Robin Salo now, because it really seems like he's spare parts, in my opinion. Now, of course, they don't have that defenseman yet to fill the void, so Robin Salo is that sixth guy, if you will, but they can easily fill that sixth guy void. So I'm a little worried for Robin Salo, if you will. Star Rye Guy says, could be a joke, but on Twitter I saw Isles talking to Blues. Okay, we talking still Vladimir Tarasenko? I'm okay depending on the cost, obviously, for Tarasenko, but excuse me, a little burp there, but I'm really, I would be fine with Tarasenko at the cost, right? Like, we were worried that the 13th overall would be going to St. Louis for Tarasenko, and that's not what the Islanders should have been doing with that 13th overall pick. Something like this, that looks fine to me. And of course, people aren't going to be happy about it, but I'm fine with this. If they go and get Tarasenko, maybe you give off the 2023 first, but I'm hesitant to do so at this point. Ryan says I wouldn't be surprised if they circle back on Tarasenko. Yeah, that's the guy that they wanted last year. We know Lou he has his guys and he goes out and gets them, or he doesn't give up on them. So I wouldn't be surprised if they go out and recheck in on Vladimir Tarasenko's availability and the cost to do so, because as we know, the trade hasn't been rescinded. Their trade request out of St. Louis has not been rescinded by Vladimir Tarasenko. So yeah, this could very well return in terms of like Islanders. So how much do you want for Vlad over there? He doesn't want to be there anymore. So we'll see. Pyro says scoring winger, TikTok. Yeah. That's the next big thing, is who's the scoring winger they bring in. And maybe this is where they dangle Beauvillier, right, as the upgrade. You package Salo, you package Ratu and Beauvillier together for a really good forward. Maybe. Could they not have done that for Alex DeBrincat? I don't think so. Not because it doesn't match the value, but because I don't think that's what Chicago wanted. I think Chicago specifically wanted what they got, and that's picks. Jester, Romanov would have been third on the New York Islanders last season in hits, behind only Martin Clutterbuck with 227 hits. Kid does not shy away from physical contact. And I'm glad you brought this up, Jester, because we get a lot of like, guy doesn't hit enough. We shouldn't get him because he doesn't hit enough. And now we've got a guy who's like just goes over and bowls people over and like, I don't like it. This is something the Islanders could use, man. So he's young, he hits, he adds a bit of puck moving. Like, what else do you want, man? Yeah, I understand 13th overall, so I think that's why people are a bit upset. They wanted more name recognition, if you will, for that 13th overall pick, and that's probably why people are upset. All right. CLDBRBN. I don't. Sorry. He says I like it, or they say I like it. Fill the need. Tough kid. Save the money for top 6 forward instead of 4th or 5th. Yeah. That's a slow clap, because you're absolutely right. It's like, That's exactly it. You got a guy who fills what you're looking for, adds a bit more than what you had before, or what you didn't have before, and he's cheap. Right? Like he's gonna cost you what, $2 million on a 2-year extension? What are we talking about here? Okay, so Rye Guy says they are confirmed, they being the Islanders, talking to the Blues. I like that. For Tarasenko, it seems Bill Fond is asking. It could very well be. I have no reason to think it'd be anyone else. We've heard Torrey Krug's name bounce around. That would still fit, right? Torrey Krug would fit with what the Islanders also need. If you've got Romanov next to Scott Mayfield, I was blanking on the name there. That works. And specifically if you're bringing in Torrey Krug, I just don't think the Islanders are going to be bringing in Krug. 31 years old, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more years on a $6.5 million AAV. That is not something that I'm looking to trade to bring in. Even if Torrey Krug had how many points last year? 43 in 64 games. I'm with Matt. Feed me Tarasenko. I'm always with Matt. Anyways, whatever Matt says, I'm with. So Michael Morin says, I don't know how to feel about that trade. Okay, well, Michael, let's talk through why you think that. And I see you have another comment here. You say, I think they could have gotten a second as well, but whatever. Okay, so your problem with the trade, I'm not going to, problem is a strong word. Your issue, there we go, with the trade is that you don't think they got enough back. And I'm sorry if I said that in some sort of dismissive tone, because I'm not trying to dismiss it. I think that's a valid argument to make. I really like the trade. I think there's a lot of upside with Romanov. I think he fills a need. But I'm not going to lie that it is kind of a risk, right? Like, we're not bringing in an established player. We're bringing in a 22-year-old guy who's played 2 years at the NHL level. So, Mintyukov goes? Mintyukov goes at 10, so the Islanders wouldn't have got him anyways. Sorry, where was I there? Right, the value. There's a bit of a risk there, and I think that's what the Islanders are gambling on, and that's the second round pick. That kind of would have made you feel better, I think. And you're not wrong. You're absolutely not wrong to think that. But for me, what I'm thinking right now is that they brought a guy in who can fill that value and who's going to show you that second they didn't necessarily need it because they got the right guy. I think that they're gonna he's gonna show that in a couple of years. Ryan says, I don't trade the 2023 first for the world with Bedog and Michkov. Yeah, I hear you. I just that I think for me at this point we don't know where we're going to be, and I don't think the Islanders are going to be at the bottom of the NHL. I don't think the Islanders are even going to be. Well, I hope they're not going to be in the lottery, but I don't think they're going to be. I think Lou's going to make enough moves to minimum make the playoffs. He's going to hope to try to win the Stanley Cup, but I think minimum they make the playoffs next year based off what Lou Lamoriello does. Pyrell says, move Bo ASAP because he will age like milk. Aging like milk is certainly not something good. But I'm fine with that. What are you looking for then, Pyrell? What are you looking for to trade for Bo? If you're moving Bo, what are you hoping to get back? And I don't really mean player. Don't worry about giving me a name. But like, what are you looking to fill? And is it a 1-for-1? Is it a hockey trade? Is it as part of a package? Let me know. Terry Summers says, we are better than we were at 7 p.m. I love this team. I love it. I feel the same way. I feel the same way that the Islanders are better than where they were at 7 p.m. We'll just see how much better they can get. I think that he fills a lot of what they need, but there is a bit of a risk that they're bringing in because it's a guy who's only got 2 years of NHL experience. Ben Katz, who do you think Romanov plays on a line with? That is a good question because we've been bouncing around for a while here. As it stands now, I think he plays with Pulock. He could probably play with Scott Mayfield on the third pair, but I think he's going to be a top 4 guy. He played 20 minutes for Montreal last year. Of course, Montreal was garbage, but I'm with the idea that I feel he's going to play in the top 4, so I would pair him with Ryan Pulock.
defenseman because you can use those same things.
Oh, we got a trade. Who we got going on? I don't have Twitter open. I haven't been watching it here, so I'm quiet. Come on, Gary. Let's go. He's just standing there. Can we get some movement? Oh God, my teeth look yellow. Oh, sorry,
I'd like
bro.
to announce a trade.
Let's go.
That's better. The Arizona Coyotes trade pick number 11, the next pick in this draft, to the San Jose Sharks for picks 27, 34, and 45 in the 2022.
Huh. All right, so Arizona just moves back. Okay.
That means San Jose has the 11th selection.
It's good for them.
in the
It's not a bad idea to trade back.
draft.
Okay, so
You're on the clock.
where are we here? Too much salary with the Blues talks. So that's Rizzy saying too much salary with the Blues talk. Do you mean for Krug? I'm okay with bringing Tara at 7.5 if it's not too expensive in terms of like what we have to give up to get him. But we'll see what that is. Jester says Romanov would have been second on the Islanders in block shots last season behind Dobson, second among Isles D in shots on goal. Pollock, kid is good all around. Thank you, Jester. Like these are this is the information that we needed that I couldn't like search up live here without not talking. I love it. So Joe Rod says Lou realized that the 13th pick would not contribute for a year or two. Yup. Romanov feels a need and can be extended for a reasonable price. Hating machine, I like the trade. I'm liking the trade more and more. I'm not going to say that they got. I'm not going to say until the end of the year that they got fair value. I think the Islanders probably could have gotten more for the 13th overall pick, but that's based off his first 2 years at the NHL level. I think he alone, being Romanov, can fill that need, that value with what he shows going forward. So. Aaron Ong says, good trade for Isles, already a top 4 D-man and will only get better. Yup, that is a checkmark, no lies detected statement right there. Michael Moran says, I feel the extra second could have been used for another trade package, but yeah, I guess the trade isn't that bad. Shouldn't have that large of a contract money-wise. You're right. It would have been nice to get more, like maybe a second instead of... what did they get for him? They got the 98th overall pick of the draft, so that's a 3rd rounder, am I right? 4th rounder. So they got a pick in the 4th round thanks to Montreal. It's going to be an early 4th round pick, so that's okay. We'll see where that takes us. That's an Alex Jeffries, right? Recently, maybe an Etolucas. That's a 5th round pick. Williams Full was taken in the 5th. So if you're getting Romanov and then you also end up getting let's say Williams full equivalent in terms of prospect value, does that not make up that for the Islanders? I kind of think so. Habs fans calling this the Sergachev trade 2.0. Wow. So they're not happy about it. Is that right, Ryan? They're not happy about this trade being the Montreal Canadiens? Look, if you're an Islanders fan not liking this, that's all you really need to know. The Montreal Canadiens are not happy. They got 13th overall and they gave up Sergachev. That's a win. I want to see that. I'm going to go to Twitter. Once this is all done, I'm going to make videos tomorrow and stuff. But like, this is epic for the Islanders if Montreal doesn't even like the trade. Aaron also says, JT Miller doesn't make sense for the Isles. I kind of agree. No way Lou pays him $8 to $9 million for 7-8 years, which is what Miller clearly stated he needs. Yeah, yuck. I stay away from that. Specifically, if it was like 13th overall. If you're paying him, or not paying him, but you're sending a second for it, fine. But anything more than that, eesh. Sergachev 2.0, a great analogy, a win for the Isles. I love that we're already talking about Sergachev 2.0 and it's a win for the Isles. I like where this is going. Serge tweeted right after the trade was announced. Really? Oh, he tweeted that? Oh, that's epic. So apparently Sergachev tweeted out that he was not happy about the trade from the Islanders from a Montreal perspective. So epic stuff here. I'm not going to keep catching up on Twitter because I'm just not going to catching up. But I'm just trying to tweet out that we're talking about this stuff here on the stream. Riz says, if they're talking to the Blues about both, Okay, so what did you say? Too much salary. Okay, right. So you don't like the salary for either Tarasenko or for Krug. I get it. It's a lot. 7.5 for Tarasenko, and he's gonna. What is he getting paid in terms of actual monies? I'm sure it's like 9, 5.5. He's getting paid $5.5 million, and they have 18 carries a $7.5 million cap hit. But it's what happens after that, right? It's 1 year. What happens afterwards? So, yeesh. Anyways, Pyro says Bo is a bundle player. Tie him with Aho and Bellows for second liner. Okay, hey, if that's what it's going to bring back, I'm down. I'm down. If it's an upgraded second liner, that's for sure.
Coyotes are proud to select from the Winnipeg Ice, Connor Geekie.
Connor Geekie going 11, so that was when I got Geekie either. So far, I'm not really upset about who's available at 13. Although Joachim Kemmel is still available at 13. I would definitely take Joachim Kemmel. Like, kick and shoot. Oh, we got a Barzal jersey in the stands there. Who else? Lekari Mackey, right? We were talking about him beforehand falling out of the top 10. He has fallen out. So he almost fell down the stairs. Look out, Connor Geekie. Okay, so where are we at here? Ryan says Arizona loading up on first. Yeah, they got all of them first. And then Aaron says the Habs fans generally not happy. Already was becoming a fan favorite here. Fan favorite there. That's wow. That's really interesting to hear that Montreal fans are not happy about losing him for a 13th overall pick that they haven't yet made. So we'll see who ends up going for that 13th overall. Excuse me, that's a little bit of a burp there. Yeah, that's something, man. Like that, Montreal is already not happy, and they haven't made a pick yet. And you got again, Joachim Kemmel's on the board. Joachim Kemmel is still there. That should have been a top 3 pick, and he's not even picked up by 11. So I think, let me just refresh to make sure I'm not talking out on my back end here. Yeah, Joachim Kemmel not taken yet. So like. That's a hell of a player, man. Okay, Jester, sorry, says Romanov was just voted Montreal's 3rd best player under 25. That's with Suzuki and Caulfield. Heck, yeah. Oh, wow. What was the voting? What was that on, Jester, if you don't mind me asking? Was it like the fan vote? Was it, what was that exactly entitled or entailed? And Jester says he's never big on Geekie. Why was that exactly? I'm not saying that he's a great player. He's fine. That's the thing with his draft, is that it's a lot of fine players. Sorry, I thought Gary Benton was announcing another trade here. Just heads up, when they get to halfway, once they make the 16th pick, I'm just going to make a bathroom run because we're going on 2 hours here and I haven't left the computer. I'm also going to get another drink because I'm running out. Crewing says he's excited. He definitely was. He skipped a couple of steps there. Those shoes were a little too slippery, I think. Bill Fawn says Habs fans in arena boo the pick when announced. Love it. I can't wait for this guy to just like turn into something epic for the Islanders, and just everyone who's like not happy right now just eats it. Keep your receipts, everyone. Michael Moran says, I think some Isles fans hate the trade because we got teased with the Van rumors a few minutes earlier. Yeah, but like, did we really want JT Miller? And when I say that, it's not, I don't want the 99 points. It's, I don't want to have to deal with the contract fallout afterwards. Like, how much are we going to give off for a 99-point player who's going to become a free agent next year and going to ask for a lot of money that we might not be able to pay him? That's just not enough, man. So like, I don't think that that's going to be, I don't think that would have been a good idea to trade the 13th overall for JT Miller. So if you were excited about that, or Isles fans were excited about that, they got it excited for the wrong thing. Okay, and then we've got Star. Right guy says if Kemmel goes at 13, I will not be happy. Yeah, I think the Islanders probably could have waited a bit, but maybe I don't know what Montreal did to kind of like dangle them to do it ahead of taking the 13th. My God, ahead of the 12th overall, like without having a clearer picture of what was available on the board. So we'll see here who they take in another 2 picks, but yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here for Montreal. Why they? Sorry, what I mean is I'm not sure what enticed the Islanders to make the move before the 12th overall pick was selected, so that you get the full preview of what's out there. I guess it was that 98th overall pick, but is that really enough? I don't know. Okay, so who else is next? So Bill says they booed. Good. SB Nation had it. So yeah, that's okay. That's good enough. Like if Eyes on the Prize is saying that he was a 3rd best overall, like I'll trust that. Eyes on the Prize is something to be trusted in terms of covering the Montreal Canadiens. So like I'll take that. And then Jester also says don't forget Gaudreau and Forsberg aren't signed yet. That's true. And last I heard, Gaudreau hasn't really been answering Calgary's calls, so that's not a good sign for them. And Rye Guy says, I wonder how Lane feels with them not drafting his nephew. I'm sure they've spoken to him about that, like we probably weren't going to draft him anyways. And I think he's just going to be excited if he goes somewhere. He being Brad Lambert, that is. I was just waiting to see what Columbus was doing. I thought that they were going to take Kemmel because you got a finished GM and a finished player, but no, they took Matic. Yeah, I don't think he's going to be bent out of shape about it, and maybe he's available in the 2nd round, right? They've got a very late 2nd round pick. Maybe he's available then. You package some other picks and you move up in that 2nd round to take Brad Lambert if you really wanted him, but it seems that he's going to fall probably to the later portion of the 1st round. Is what it's looking like. Ryan says New Jersey is going to be tough to beat if Gaudreau goes UFA. Yeah, I worry about the New Jersey Devils and all the money that they're going to have. Like, so if we go to cap friendly here, I'm just going to reset the DSLR before it gives out on us. There we go. New Jersey has $25 million worth of cap space. They've got 9 forwards signed. Of course, Jesper Bratt is going to be one of those guys. So is Pavel Zacha, but like Zacha's not going to cost a whole lot. Bratt definitely will. Miles Woods is another player, but like we're not talking about chewing up all that money. On the blue line, they still got to sign a few guys, but it's not going to be a ton of money. They've got to sign a goalie. They've got money to pull in a Johnny Gaudreau over whatever we're going to give him. So, yeah, I would worry about New Jersey Devils if Johnny Gaudreau becomes available in the UFA. Aaron says, agree about JT. He's going to be 30. No way should Luke commit to him for 5+ years as their highest paid player. Agreed. Not to mention what they would have to give up to try to get him. I would not do it at all. It's just not going to be enough to justify it to me anyways. Because it just doesn't fit, right? Like, you're gonna have to give up how much to bring him in, and then you bring him in for how long? 1 year, maybe more, but then you're paying for that 1 year, and then you got to pay a whole hell of a lot for whatever happens after that. So you're paying $8-9 million for a guy to at 30 years old? Like, we got to get younger. I understand we have to get better, and this guy's a 99-point player, but like, we've got it. I think there's other ways of multiple ways to skin a cat, if you will. Sorry to all the vegans out there. And so I think the Islanders are going to find another way to do that. So sorry, I'm just going to the studio here to retweet the link because people are telling me they only got 30 seconds of stuff here, which is weird because as soon as you go to it, you should get it. But Anyways, yeah, what are we thinking now on who's available? So we got guys like Joachim Kemmel still available. Isaac Howard is still available. Dozhokov, you got Hudson, Nelson, Kairu. There's still some guys out there that are available. So what are we thinking here that can go for the 13th overall pick? Because that's next. Ooh, take a little bit of a breather is what I'm doing here. I'm seeing everyone tweeting out pictures of Romanov with Sorokin. Guys are buddies. Not only have they played together, they seem like friends, and that's something to bring in, man. Like that's a good addition for the Islanders to make. So I'm really not down on the trade. I'm actually kind of high on it. But again, I'm not gonna say they got fair value because I think that could be quickly countered. That's the word I'm looking for here.
I don't know what that means.
So what are we thinking so far in the first portion, close to first half of the NHL draft? Are we happy about what's going on? We were told we'd see trades. We saw it. We saw some drama with guys being selected where they probably shouldn't have gone, or we didn't think they would go. What do we think so far? Chicago has to go Kemmel here. Yeah.
It's an understatement to say
they have to. I would be. I'm not going to say shocked if they don't, but it's starting to get to a point where you're like, all right, Kemmel should not have fallen this far. But we'll see. Like the kid isn't big. Is the problem with Kemmel? He's not a big kid, but he's got a hell of a shot. So, and we've seen that works. Look at Montreal, right? They got a small guy, but a hell of a shot, and it works. So I don't see why they wouldn't do this. And he's not going to be ready. He's not going to be ready this year anyway. So like they got time to wait. He's not going to negatively impact their tank, if you will. So I don't see why they wouldn't do that.
Offensive defenseman, 13 goals, 51 points for Mark O'Leary and the Moose Jaw Warriors. Hey, wait a sec. You're a defenseman. What are you doing up on the rush? I recognized it was okay to do it. I'll beat the Medicine Hat Tigers. Yeah, I'm going to hang around in the offensive zone, gain a little space.
Okay.
Score on the one-timer.
So what's the talk around Isles Twitter here? I'm going to go to that.
The one thing about Mark O'Leary is the head coach there. He's given him license to do that.
Okay, we got a lot of talk about JT Miller, which is, I'm not a big whatever about that. There's not really a whole lot of talk about anything consequential. Everyone's just kind of. What is James saying here? So are Isles fans, Mark, that's not a typical thought here. So apparently Blackhawks fans are in a dark place. Islanders fans should not be in a dark place right now. You can ask questions and you can wonder, like, I don't know if this is going to work, but yeah, I would not be in a dark place for the Islanders. Okay, so we got other questions here. Just already picked Korchinski. Yeah, so they're going to have to pick a forward here. It would be weird if they take another defenseman. Rye Guy says, I'm happy, but is Ryan Amy coming to preseason? Just a question. That's a good question. Is he coming to preseason? I think he might. He's going to be around in August. Okay, who did they take?
From the United States National Development Team, Frank Nazar.
Okay, Frank Nazar III goes to Chicago from the Islanders pick. He would have been good for the Islanders to select. It would have been nice to get Nazar they had that pick. They obviously didn't. But like he's a good player, man. I'm not down on him at all, but I think we're better off having Romanov. In terms of where we are, again, it's not to say that Nazar can't be a better player than Romanov. It's just that where Nazar is and where Romanov is, it's a better fit for the Islanders. So like, I don't want anyone to be like, Nazar's going to be a better player. He could very well be, but it's going to take a couple of years before he gets to the NHL level, and the Islanders need the help now, and Romanov is that. Okay. Pyro says Tarasenko. I'd be happy with that. Sorry, I didn't answer the question with Rayaniemi. I think he will, mainly because, like I said, he's going to be in the area. It seems. It sounds like he's going to be making the Finnish team for the World Juniors. So that means he's going to be in Edmonton in August. So, like, I guess he doesn't want to have to stick around for a full month, but you have to think preseason is going to start beginning of September type of thing, and he's already going to be here end of September, so why the hell not type of thing. Or sorry, he's going to be here end of August, so like there's not a big gap there to kind of like wait up. Plus he's going to be with buddies in Aturatu, so like why the hell not? They didn't take Kemmel, right guy? I know, man. I don't get it. Nazar's a good player. He seems really soaking it all in, so they clearly like this kid stutter. Maybe stutter? Swagger, that's the word. Terry Summer. We've been in Chicago's shoes before. It's not fun. That's true. It's not fun. We've had some GMs, we're not going to name names here, make some very, very questionable trades with youth, and we were not better off for it. So we get it, Chicago. We get it. We feel you, man. Nolan Miller says Nazar from Romanov seems not great. You're going to have to give me more than that. I want to know why you think that. It's not to say that you're wrong. I won't tell you you're wrong. I just want to know why you think that way. Because for me, it's not that Nazar is a bad player or that Romanov is a better player. It's that Romanov feels a need, and Nazar won't hit the NHL level till probably 2 years. So that's where I'm at. So let me know more on Nolan. Aaron says, Montreal will regret losing Romanov. Laugh my ass. But like what they did in draft, got the player they wanted, a probable franchise scorer, and still filled their number 2 C need. That's true. Like Montreal checked a lot of boxes here, and they don't ruin their chances of getting Connor Bedard next year, right? Like the guys they picked, even if they make the NHL level, aren't going to be impact players at the NHL level. So that's the thing for me, is that I like this trade. I wouldn't have mind having Frank Nazar in the prospect pool, but here we are. Ben Katz, something must be wrong with Kemmel. Seems weird he's falling. Yeah, Ben, I'm with you. Something must be off here. I knew he was going to fall. He wasn't going to be a top 5 pick. But to go, we're 14 here, and they haven't selected him yet, any team? I'm kind of wondering what's going on here. I understand he's small, but like we've seen small players be good at the NHL level, young small players specifically. We saw it just last year. Just last year in Cole Caulfield. So like, don't make the same mistake twice, NHL GMs. Kieran says, yeah, feel you, Chicago. I'm right there with you. Anthony Piscoli, oh my God, I can't pronounce that. I'm so sorry, Anthony. Anthony Pasilico, there we go. Pasilico, sorry, Anthony. What do you think of Nick Leddy as the vet D? I'm okay with it. I think I've said it on a couple of podcasts before when I was still doing Eyes on Isle stuff. I'm okay with bringing in Nick Leddy if he's filling in a third pair guy. He's not going to play on the power play. Yeah, some of these guys are still available, like Lekari Mackey, Kemmel, Lambert, Snuggerud. Like those are guys that should have been gone already and are not. So, but sorry, to Leddy, is he still up for it? Like, is he still a good player? Like, obviously he's still a good skater, and he knows the system, he knows the people, he knows the place. But does he still have it? So I'm not so. I don't know anymore. He's only 31, so it's not over for him, obviously. But like, he's taken a step back for sure. He's got what, 24 points in 75 games. That's okay production from a guy who should be playing on the third pair. So I'll take him if it costs nothing. I'm fine with that. Sports Trick says, what players do you see the Isles moving this offseason, and who will they get back? Whoa, that last part is a tough one. Who they get back? Anyone. I have no idea. Who they move? I think Josh Bailey's going to go. Don't think Simeon Varlamov is going to go. Sorry, just going to reset this. I may have done it sooner or not too long ago, but I just want to stay on top of it so the feed doesn't give out. I think Josh Bailey goes, and maybe Robin Salo. I'm not so sure that Anthony Beauvillier goes anymore. It's possible as a package, but I'm not sure he goes anymore. Right, guys. Who do you have Isles taking in the second? Oh, it honestly really depends who's available, obviously. But like, I had Snuggerud going in the second. At this point, it might, but I don't think he's going to be there at 65. Like, he surged up hard near the end. So when it comes to second round pick, I think we're going to have to look back at and see who's available then. But we have to remember that the Islanders are, while technically taking second round, it's basically a third round pick because they're taking the very last player available in the second round. Kieran says, who do we get? I don't know. I think we'll see. Ocho17, does Bo stay now? I think he might stay. I think he's got a safe spot for now. But it really depends on who becomes available in free agency. If Johnny Gaudreau becomes available, you might have to clear off more cap space than Josh Bailey can provide alone. So you might have to see. Oh. Okay. McGroarty going to Winnipeg. So still Kemmel, Snuggerud, Lambert still out there. Let's go, man. If they're available at 65, you take one of those guys. I doubt they will be. Terry Sommer reminds me of Angelo Esposito. They zoomed on him after every pick until he was picked. I guess they were right to pass on him after all. You're right. I remember that draft class, specifically because he did well for Canada at that World Junior, right? Everyone was high on Tony Esposito. Or Angelo, sorry, Tony. Angelo Esposito. And then he never made anything of himself at the NHL level. So there's always something when guys fall, and we're always going to go back to, like, well, at least right now, everyone's going to be like, Autorato 2.0. It's not going to be the same thing. Bill Font says, final answer, Mitch. If you had to pick who's the scoring forward and Lou obtains. Oh, I have to. So gun to my head type situation. I don't know. I'm going to say it's going to be like Burakovsky or something. It's not going to be a sexy name. I don't think he's going to take in if you want to, a household name. It's going to be a serviceable player. I don't think it's going to be anything more than that. And then, like, they move guys around and try to eke as much value out of some of the guys they've already got on the roster, a la Oliver Wahlstrom. Jester says Lambert, Coolidge, Lickering, Mackey, Yurov, and Ogren still out there. There's still a lot out there, man. Like, then that's the thing with this draft. It was never going to be a deep draft in terms of top end elite level players, but it was going to be deep in terms of really, really good players available into, like, the later portion of the first round. You're going to get a lot of top 6 forwards and top 4 defensemen late into the top round of the first round, and maybe even into the second round of the draft. It's the right, guys. I'm going to stop talking about Kemmel. I'm going to do the same thing, I guess. I guess I'm just jinxing him. All right, so Donato Minon, sorry, I may have pronounced that wrong. Junior says, you have to imagine Bo was involved in talks for Romanov at some point. It's better than we moved. It's better than we moved 13 overall, or you think, is it better that we moved 13th overall? There may have been a typo there that you didn't mean to show up. I'm not criticizing because I'm the typo king. So you mean better that we moved to 13, or better than moving to 13? I think that's maybe the same thing. Either way. Okay, Anthony back says, would it be a disaster if they don't add any forwards before the season and revisit it at the deadline? No. I don't think it would be a disaster. They'll make it sound, they being like Islanders fans, will make it sound like it's a disaster. They honestly will make it sound like it's a disaster we didn't bring in a forward. I had people already before the draft be like, they need a forward. They have to trade for a forward. If they don't get a forward, they're going to lose all their games. No. You need more goals, clearly. They definitely need more goals. But we've seen the Islanders win while getting bottom half offense, right? We've seen them do that. We haven't seen them win when they have bottom half defense. So they need to shore up the defense first. So if they don't get a forward, they've got guys that can score. They've got guys that can put up points. And they've got guys who can step up. Like, we know Bo can do better than he did. And we know Oliver Wahlstrom can certainly do better than he's shown. So, like, those two guys alone, could take the Islanders from like 24th overall in terms of offense into like 20th. And that's a big enough jump for the Islanders to go from winning, I don't know, like 40 games to 40 to almost 50. So like, maybe not 50. I think that's a bit of a stretch. Let's say 45. So like, and that's 10 points. That's a big jump for the Islanders. Jester says, I like McGroarty, but not over about half a dozen guys. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you can see his parents are super happy because they didn't expect it either, right? Like, they're ecstatic. Like, their eyes are they're on the phone. The dad's on the phone, like, oh my god, I can't believe this is happening. He must have interviewed very, very well, but he should not have gone this high, in my opinion. But we'll see. That's the thing with these things, is that they shouldn't have gone where we think they go, but you've got a couple years to kind of prove us wrong or right, and we'll see with Winnipeg if they prove us wrong or right here. So Aaron says, Priman predicts Nazar to be an upside third line C at the next level. Romanov might become part of the Isles' top pair for the next 8 years. Romanov, better than Nazar. Look, yeah. Pronman has, we've all got our flaws. Whenever we're looking at, because there's no such thing as a perfect analysis, right? You see what you see, but that doesn't mean you're going to see that for the rest of the time. So if Pronman is saying that he is sealing a third line center, like the Islanders lucked. Like I totally agree. If he's supposed to be and even plateaus at his third line center, I am definitely happy with this because he's already, he being Romanov, a top 4 defenseman. Bill Fawn says not likely. So Bill, I'm not sure what you mean by not likely. Joseph Duham says Mikheyev maybe. Yeah, maybe they just picked up that assistant GM Polifatino. Apparently, I'm not really good at pronouncing names today. Let me go bring up the directory to get his name exactly right. Management and coaching staff. Is his name even in here? It is not added, so maybe I should go to the directory. If you guys can say it in the chat so I don't have to look for it. It's not in the directory, so anyways, they got that guy who specializes in European free agents, and he was a reason why the Toronto Maple Leafs, maybe not a big reason, the reason why the Toronto Maple Leafs got Mikheyev to begin with. So can you bring Mikheyev in? Yeah, like this is a guy who knows everything about him. So, and Mikheyev, I like his two-way play. He's a really strong two-way player, skates well, but the offensive upside isn't necessarily. He's got size too, 6'3", 195. Oh, who are they taking? Lekkerimäki going to Vancouver. Excellent. Kemel's still out there. So, Mikheyev, 32 points in 53 games, which actually isn't terrible. 21 goals, 32 over 53. Pace that over a full season. That's a 50-point player for what the Islanders might have to pull to get him. I like it. I'm down with bringing in Mikheyev. Okay, John... Kwiatkowski. I'm trying to say it 3 times to pronounce it better. What happens to Salo? Do we stash him in the AHL or trade him? If we do trade him, what's his value? Good question. I was of the same. I had the same question. Like, what do we do with Robin Salo going forward? I was initially worried when, what is it? When Lou Lamoriello said we need ideally an offensive defenseman and a defensive defenseman. That got me worried for Robin Salo because I was going, well, that's 2 guys, and there's only 2 spots, so where the hell is Robin Salo going to go? So, that was my concern now, but as it stands right this second, do we trade him? I think so. I don't think you stash him in the AHL. They could very well. Lou Lamoriello might very well do that and say, like, play your way into the squad. But I could see them trading him. What do they get for him? Not a ton. You'd have to package him in a trade. So figure he's probably going to get you, let's say, like a 3rd round pick value. I think he could return you whatever an early 3rd round pick would get you, is what I'm thinking off the top of my head here.
There is some cheat in his game. I mean, This is a guy that's going to have to be coached up a bit.
I'm empty here. So after pick number 15, I'm going to go for a little break here. Or whenever they do a commercial break, I'm going to do the same. Just heads up. All right. Where was I? Anthony Rizzi says, anyone hear any rumors with the Isles? Are they talking to anyone right now? I want another move tonight. So yeah, any updates? I have Bob McKenzie turned off because he's tweeting out who's being selected before they're getting selected, and I just don't like the spoiler of it all. So I don't see what's going on. As I scroll through Isles Twitter and just hashtag Isles, I don't think that I don't think that there's anything else there. So I don't think there's anything going on just right now, Anthony. So Rizzy, you might have to go to sleep not having another move here, bud. Ry Guy says, what about Salo for Ian Cole? Okay. Initially, I haven't looked up any stats on Ian Cole. A little hesitant, but that is definitely the guy who is NHL ready. He's 33, so not massively old. Needs a deal so you can sign him to something like, I don't know, 2 years at $3 million. He was making 2.9 last year, and that's not paying a lot. Puts up 19 points, 75 games for the Carolina Hurricanes. I like him. He's a decent shutdown guy. Puts up okay points. Can play at the NHL level. Are you giving up a lot for him? And Robin Salo? Yeah, you might have to get something back in terms of a late round pick, but I'm okay with it. Bill Fawn says, not likely meaning no Gaudreau. Yeah, okay. I hear you. You're probably right. The odds of us getting Johnny Gaudreau are low. First off, he's got to get... There's the two variable system at play here, where it's like, he might get re-signed by Calgary. They want to. And what else is there? Then there's the every other team variable. You've got teams like the New Jersey Devils who are very high in bringing him in, and they've got a ton of money to be able to do so. So I think that would be a problem for them. Jess says, if the Islanders trade Varlamov, who do they bring in to pair with Sorokin? A Greiss reunion? I think there could be a Greiss reunion. It's obviously a guy they like. It's a guy they know all about. And he's not going to cost a lot. But the thing for me is I'm looking at the free agent class here on Cap Friendly as I do this. So position, we're looking at goalies. Expiry status, we're looking at UFAs as of right now. And obviously, like, Darcy Kemper's out of the question, and that's perfectly fine. We can't afford him and don't want to afford him either. But yeah, I guess maybe Martin Jones. There was something there at one point with Martin Jones, right? The San Jose Sharks went out of their way to trade for him. So he was traded out of division and they brought him back in. I think he stopped in Boston or something before going to San Jose. Like, they really, really liked him. And he had that good year with the Los Angeles Kings. So what did he do with the LA Kings? Yeah, 906, 224 save percentage, and before that, 934 and a 181. Of course, that's in less than 20 games, but each there's 19 and 15 games. But there was something there. Could the Islanders bring that back out of him with their strong goaltending, coaching, and direction with Mitch Korn and Pierre Greco? Probably. I see Ken saying, like, I'm late. What did we do at 13? Well, Ken, we didn't. I don't know if this is a joke or not, but we didn't draft anyone. We traded it. We brought in Alexander Romanov from the Montreal Canadiens. So we picked up Romanov and the 98th overall pick for that 13th overall selection. And it eventually worked its way to Chicago, who selected Frank Nazar III. So Buffalo's on the mic.
Are proud to select from your garden in the Swedish Hockey League.
No, it's not Kemmel.
Noah Ostlund.
Ostlund is in. Wow. Kemmel's still out there, baby. Okay, so where was I? Yes, Ryguy, Liquor and Mackie goes. Rizzy says, Mikhail Zechin says he wants 4.7 to 5 million per year. Yeah, that's way too much. Like, I understand he performed at a pace of a 50-point player, but he still didn't actually put up 50 points. You're not going to pay him as a 50-point player. I understand paying for potential, but this guy's 27, if I'm not correct. I think I'm right on saying that. Then Mikhailov's 27. Yeah, 27, turns 28 on October 10th. So this is not a young guy anymore. So you can't necessarily pay for potential anymore. So that would be too much for me. Okay, so I'm gonna go on break at the next commercial break here. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go before this because we know who they picked. So I'm just gonna head to the washroom real quick, pick up another drink, say goodnight to the wife, and I'll be back. So don't go anywhere. I've saved where I was in terms of the questions. I will be right back.
It's unbelievable. It's crazy. Him walking up the stage, I mean, he looks young. He looks like he's 14, 15 years old. That speaks to me of great growth potential with his ability to add strength, to add muscle, maybe grow another inch or two. My goodness, he just looks so young. I would love that if I'm the Buffalo Sabres. I can mold this putty any way I like it.
Back-to-back draft picks from Djurgården, by the way.
Yes.
Lekkerimäki and Austin.
It's funny how that works out because you go in to watch one player and you get the added value of being able to watch three players. And so Djurgården obviously doing a good job with their young players and giving them the opportunity to play, which is key.
And that third player you're talking about, Liam Ogren, he's going to be on the board probably pretty soon too.
He's considered a bit of a physical specimen, guy. 6.8% body fat. That was the composition he had at the combine, the best of anyone. Gold in the under 18s as well for Sweden. So you were talking about his hand-eye. Well, take a look, Pierre. You were talking just about this a minute ago.
I had a chance to witness it overseas when I was over there scouting this year, and you just see he's plugged in. He's got tremendous coordination. He's an outstanding athlete. Look at him drive her through the American defense. But he makes the players around him better, David.
Let's send it off to the commissioner who's on the podium.
Long-time general manager and NHL executive Jim Gregory was perhaps one of the most beloved figures in the history of the National Hockey League. In his memory, the General Manager of the Year award is named. To present the Jim Gregory NHL GM of the Year is longtime Montreal Canadien, both as a player and a general manager, and a member of the Hockey Hall of Fame, Serge Savard.
Hey, I thought we were Jason.
All right, what did I miss here? We get a GM of the Year award?
Bonsoir, bonsoir tout le monde.
Ah, Serge.
Vous savez, la dernière fois que
Okay, so
le commissaire a été applaudi ici à Montréal.
I saw on Twitter they are talking to the Blues. Yeah, that's the last we heard in terms of rumors that the Islanders were talking to the Blues. So we'll see if that materializes. I think if that was just like the last rumor from when they were last doing anything prior to the Romanov trade, but yeah. So who wins the top general manager award? Who do you think wins that thing? I imagine it's going to be Joe Sakic.
This is a Jim Gregory trophy. When I
okay.
think of Jim Gregory, I think of a hard-working guy.
Serge Saval's English is taking a step back a little bit there. But. All right, Pyrell says, I don't want to see the Isles trying to win their games 2-1 or 3-2. Sorokin deserves better. True. But at this point, that's how they're constructed, right? So they've got to keep doing that for now, unless they can bring in a better forward. But who are you targeting, Pyro? And what are you trying to give up in terms of doing so? I don't know who else is out there to do this. Nick says, thanks for hanging with us and doing this. Nick, thank you for hanging with me and doing this with me. I was going to do this regardless. If there's no one on here, I'm still going to do this. But the fact that I've got 30 to 50 people on here is a blast. I love it. So I want to end up doing this every year type of thing, and maybe build on it and build on doing something more. Maybe be at the draft next year type of thing. So yeah, I would have been at the draft this year, but I've started a new job just now, and so I didn't want to be like, oh yes, peace out, I'm gone for a couple of days. So that's why. Ken says, yeah, that was too late. Sonic Blue says, God, no Martin Jones.
The great Joe Sakic.
Yeah, I knew Joe would win it. It makes a whole lot of sense. So Sonic Blue says, God, no Martin Jones. Fair. That's totally fair. I get it. I'm grasping at straws, literally, maybe not literally, but metaphorically when it came to Jones. It's just a name I saw as a free agent, thinking like they could get something for him type of thing. So like, why the hell not? But who would you want then, Sonic Blue? Who would you want instead of Martin Jones as a backup? Assuming they trade Varlamov. Don't just be like, I want to keep Varlamov. We all do.
It's a huge honor, the Jim Gregory Award.
God, Joe looks so tired, man. Do you guys think Joe looks tired? Like, outside of the eyes being a little puffy, he looks fantastic. But like the eyes, man, I guess he's probably been on a bender for the last like 2 weeks, right? So maybe I shouldn't complain about that.
Winning teams, and I can't think.
Okay, so Rye Guy says the reason I'm sad about the trade is because this is my first draft that I am watching. Oh, so what were you hoping was going to happen? What did you want as your what did you want to happen in your first draft as you're watching along, bud? Did you want to see them draft a player? I guess. Because I was around for the last. Well, I've been around for a lot of them, but I followed them intently the last two, and they weren't fantastic. So. So then we got Jester says, I feel like in this draft you would be better off having a couple early second rounders than a pick in the 10 to 15 range. Yeah, you like I get that sentiment. I would still rather pick earlier because the possibility that that guy becomes more than, let's say, a top 6 forward or a top 4 defenseman is there. Than someone in the second round. But if you can turn in something like a 13th overall into two picks or 3 picks, like we saw the Arizona Coyotes do, wow, that's a lot, man. That's a lot of value. So, and then Ken Duff says he wasn't kidding. So good. I'm glad I can help you out there. It was a good trade, I think. Ken, you're going to see a lot of people saying no. But you're going to see, I think this is going to be a good trade on paper now. There's maybe a little bit of value lost for the Islanders, but they're going to make up for that big going forward. I think Romanov is going to make up for that. He's going to become a really good NHLer. He's already a good one. He's just going to go higher than that. No, I'm not hydrated by BioSteel. I am now hydrated by their drinking BioSteel the broadcast. A Roman Candle IPA. It's very tasty, honestly. I'm very much into the hoppy IPAs. I know it's a white guy thing, but white guy. It fits. All right. So Rizzy says Nichushkin, Burakovsky, Kopp, Palat are probably what Lou's looking at come free agency. Yeah. What would you pay Nichushkin? So this is coming back to my whole, like, don't overpay for a tournament thing, right? Because while Nichushkin didn't just perform in the tournament, right? If I go to get his stats here real quick so we can air that out a little bit more. Valery Nichushkin, 27-year-old, plays on either side. 6'4", 210, big kid. Well, big, not even kid, big man. But he's got 52 points in 62 games at the NHL level, playing for Colorado, of course. So that's a 67 or 69 nice point pace, and 15 points in 20 NHL games as they win the Stanley Cup playoffs. So that would be a really good player to bring in, but how much are you paying him? That's what I'm concerned with. I mean, you could certainly pay him 7 years. At 27 years old, you're only bringing him up to what, 35-year-old season. So that's perfectly fine. It's just how much. What's the money? The other guys are obviously step downs from there. Kopp I think wants to stay in New York. I think he made that maybe not abundantly clear, but he tried to. So they're definitely step downs, and I think Kopp is not going to be coming to free agency. I think the New York Rangers are going to keep him. And then what do we got here after that? Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up to all these. Drury has no business even being in this conversation. So that's to the GM of the Year award. Yeah, they didn't make the top 4, did they? They did. So that's why. That's the only one. That's the only reason why.
I don't know about one move, but we prefer. First of all, I got a great staff, and
okay, I thought so. Elliot Friedman just asked Joe Sakic, is there one move that you really liked or really kind of set you up for all this? And I didn't want to hear Devontae's. That is the last thing I wanted to hear. Oh my God.
It was a pleasure, but yeah, every player.
Oh my God, I'm seeing people say that we overpaid big time for Alexander Romanov. We did not overpay big time. We may have overpaid, yes, but we did not overpay big time. Avedon says, are you going to do anything for tomorrow? Not like this, Avedon. I have to work tomorrow, so I'll be watching the draft. It will be on while I work, but I will be working, so I won't be able to do something like this tomorrow. But I'm going to do a recap on all the picks. I'm going to try to do like I did last year and get in touch with these guys, hopefully over the weekend, whoever they select with whatever picks they end up making. Aaron says, thanks for all you do in Isles Land. Oh, buddy, you're welcome. Like, it is my absolute pleasure. This is exactly what I love doing. So the pleasure is really all mine. Jester says, the damn Avs are going to get Kemmel, aren't they? Of course. Oh, of course they will.
We'd like to say hello to our great fans in Nashville watching from Florida Ice.
I bet you it's going to be Nashville.
First choice.
They like to take Finnish players.
From JYP in Finland, Joakim Kemmel.
They did it! There he is. That's a good place for him to go, man. Honestly, like,
well, there it is, Nashville at 17. Joakim
he's going to be a good player for them. I can't believe he went all the way to 17, but here we go. I'm sure Yip was kind of like going like, let's go to second round, baby. Come on, wait for the second round. Because if so, then he can stay. He can stay in Finland, even if he's got a contract. But the fact that he's drafted in the first round, he can come over to North America ASAP. So we'll see there. So they aren't going to get Kemmel. He's going to Nashville, so we can put him away. Pyro says, Gaudreau, whatever it takes, that's what it's called win now. Or that's why it's called win now. So Pyro's saying that's who he wants is Gaudreau. I'm with you. I want Gaudreau. If it's going to cost $10, $12 million, I'm fine with it. I'm just not sure how they'll make it work, but that's Lou's job to figure out, right? Ken says, I'm a historian, and in my honest opinion, I believe the Isles hired Jim Paliafto. There it is, Paliafto, because Europe, especially Eastern Europe, is so contentious, so it's a good, smart hire, in my honest opinion. Yeah, hell yeah, it's a good hire, Ken. It's a great hire. You want a guy who can bring in players who do really, really well, because while I understand just because you perform well at the SHL level doesn't necessarily mean you're going to explode at the NHL level, but there is a certain translatability there. Like, you can find good players in those European leagues that have absolute top-end NHL potential. Maybe not like elite, because that's what the draft's all about, but at least to round out guys in like your top 6, top 4, maybe even a goalie. Like Petros Palmu right now, man. Like, I would look at him and say, like, I would give him a shot for real cheap. He'll take it, man. Like, probably. So, although maybe T will say, like, no, he's getting paid really well. He's staying. And she's of course correct. Okay, so Rai Guy says, I wanted to see them draft a player just to see them put on the jersey. It would make me feel good. I absolutely love prospects in NHL. I only use my prospects. Fair. When I play NHL, that's all I like doing is building a good prospect pool and seeing them flourish. I will sim the rest of it until I get to the draft. That's all I care to do. I love the whole drafting and developmental side of things. It's just gonna, I don't know, that's just how I am. I wish the NHL franchise, like the games, like allowed you to play like European teams and GM from that. Oh, I forgot to hit the refresh button.
You know, Nashville's a fascinating team here. You know,
That's what I like doing. So I kind of wish they had that, but it is what it is. Okay, so Roman Let's Go says curing. That is correct. Roman Let's Go indeed. There was a tweet that just came by from Eric Engels here. So that's a beat writer for the Montreal Canadiens working for Sportsnet, who says Alex Romanov is expected to return to North America next week, and everything seems to be okay with him in Russia currently, says Hughes. So that was on July 4th at 2:15 p.m. So as we all know, the whole situation in Russia is not how should I put it delicately? It's not going well for Russian players looking to leave to get back to North America. While so long as they can kind of toe the line a little bit, if you will, I think they're going to be okay, right? Like, they don't say anything contentious, they don't go against the party, against Putin, they'll be okay. And so it really seems like he's going to be fine, and he'll be here. Won't have to worry about him being drafted into the army or something like that. And I would imagine the same thing goes for Ilya Sorokin.
Thank you. All right, Carolyn, there's
I'm trying to save my throat here because I can already feel it getting a little rusty. All right, so Yester says, I'm an idiot. I saw Sakic and thought the Avs were picking lol. Right, I forgot they don't pick till round 6. Right, they don't have they have a 6th round pick and a 7th round pick. So just like you, I totally blanked on that. So like, yeah, man, like they're not gonna get it. Although as it was going, looks like it was falling hard. Okay, so Ken Duffy says, even without conflict in Europe, it's a forward. A forward-thinking higher. Okay, sorry. I think it auto-corrected to higher as in like a higher instead of higher, like hiring someone. Yeah, it's an absolute forward-thinking. You got to be able to find these like cheap contracts. Like, think of the dynasty era. That's exactly what they did. Anders Kowler was that guy, right? They brought him in as a free agent, as a European free agent, and look what he did. He's not in the Hall of Fame. He's not going to have his number retired. He's not even going to be in the Islanders Hall of Fame. But he had a hell of an NHL career. 4 Stanley Cups in a row. One of the first Europeans to win the thing. These moves are what set you apart from other teams. If you can find value where others aren't, you're ahead. It's a no-brainer, so I'm right there with you, Ken. Andre says, what's happening with Chychrun? As far as Romanov, just remember Sergachev trade. Yeah, I keep hearing Sergachev 2.0. I really do. I've been hearing it for a while now, and I'm super damn happy. Love it. So what's happening with Chychrun? I think they're just asking too much. I really do. So I don't think they're going to. Now I got to unfollow Cap Friendly because they started tweeting this out.
We'd like to thank Jeff Molson.
So I'm going to mute Cap Friendly. I got to remember to unmute these guys going forward. So Cap Friendly and Bob McKenzie. It's not that I don't like them. It's I don't want to see the spoilers.
Also shout out to
so yeah, with Chychrun, I don't know what's going on there, Andre. Brian says, late, but your thoughts on the trade. In my opinion, it's a high price for a D-man that hasn't been that great. Well, what do you mean by not that great exactly? Do you mean he hasn't put up a lot of points? Because you're right, he hasn't put up a lot of points. Sorry, I'm just trying to save the voice a little bit there. He has not put up a lot of points, but I like the trade because you're getting a lot of upside here. Now, I will say 13th overall, straight up for Romanov isn't good value for the Islanders. They did get the 98th overall pick back, which is an early 3rd round pick. So they're getting Romanov and it's basically a 2nd rounder. Let's just even say 3rd rounder. They got Romanov and a 3rd rounder for 13th overall. Now we have to remember that Lambert is 20. Not Lambert. I saw Andre's thing here. We have to remember that Romanov is 22. Played 20 minutes at the NHL level last year. Was one of the better defensemen on the Montreal squad last year. And I know Montreal wasn't very good, but he's still one of their better guys. He's physical as all hell. Like, so he put up 227 hits, I think. So like that's a lot of hits. I'm just trying to bring up his hockey reference page. Romanov. Here we go. So he has 20 minutes, 227 hits, and in terms of penalty minutes, 53, which isn't a lot. And let's just relate that to the Islanders, because that's all we really care about is how do we relate that to the Islanders. If we do stats, and I'm going to sort it by penalty minutes here, for that would be less than Scott Mayfield, Zdeno Chara. So like he's not super penalized, but he's not under penalized either. Like the guy takes a number of penalties. That's fine. I like the trade. I think that you're going to see Romanov himself equal a 13th overall pick in a couple of years' time. I have no question about it. And now we've got a 98th overall to add to that. I like this trade. It's not a sexy name. It really isn't. So I think that's where people are just kind of like poo-pooing it, because it's not a sexy name. 13 points in 79 games. People are going to say that's not a puck mover. That's not how you measure puck movement. He's not a premier puck mover, I'll say that, but he's not a bad player to pick up. So right guy there goes Kemmel. Yep, indeed. Abaddon, I'm just catching up. Like, I love that you guys, that I have to play catch up here. I really love this, but it's going to take me a little bit here. Abaddon, I'd like for the Isles to get Gosses-Behere to round out their defense, assuming Arizona eats most of the cap hit. Yeah, and it's going to be a whole hell of a lot cheaper than, my God, than Chychrun, right? Because the cap hit for him is Arizona for Shane Gosses-Behere. It's $4.5 million for 1 year at 29 years old. That's not a terrible cap hit. I'll take it. For a guy who did put up points, 51 and 82, that's good enough. He's not, excuse me, good defensively, but we can make up for that. All right. Okay, keep going here. Andrew deleted one. I see you there, Andrew. I hope you can get you back in that, whatever that was for. Ryan says, Colorado doesn't pick to the 6th round. Yep. I got to that late. I think that went out late, Ryan. Crewing says, don't upset homeland is all. Yeah, exactly. That's in reference to Russia. Don't upset the homeland. Rizzy, what do you think the market is for Bailey? I don't want to give picks to a team to take him. If Montreal can move Weber and TV can move McDonough and didn't give picks, we should be able to with Bailey. Yes, we should be able to move Josh Bailey for a 3rd round pick, I believe. I firmly believe the Islanders can get a 3rd round pick for Josh Bailey, and we'll take it all day, every day. I'm trying to not to get too distracted by Twitter, because I keep seeing like takes on Romanov, and I'm sure there's going to be a number of them that are going to get me upset because they're going to be like, he doesn't do this. But anyways. Okay, and then we got Ry Guy saying Lambert going now, probably. Still hasn't gone, but 19th, this is, I would imagine he goes soon. I can't imagine he's going to be on there till the 2nd round. I can't. Ry Guy's like, I'm wrong, they didn't pick him, so Dallas didn't take him. We'll see if Minnesota does. Paulson says, or sorry, not Paulson. Ryan says, I always pronounce the last names first for some reason. Ottawa might be the leader on Chychrun. I have heard that, right? Like that they're really in on Jacob Chychrun. And I think that's a GM going for broke, right? Like we've got the big young players and we've got everything else. We just need a little bit more. And that's what someone like Alex DeBrincat brings them, and someone like Jacob Chychrun could bring them. But then you've got overlap there for the Ottawa Senators on the blue line, but they're looking to bring in names. They're looking to put butts in seats, and getting names are going to do that. Whether that translates to a lot of wins, it's going to translate into some wins. Is it going to be enough to justify it? I think you have to measure it for Ottawa's sake in terms of how many butts they get in seats. Kring said he's watching Draftcast with Dangle. What's Dangle up to? What is he doing with Colby Armstrong there? Andre, Mitch, is Lambert Ratu 2.0? No, he's not. And what I mean by that is that Ratu fell because Karpat did not set him up well. The Finnish national team kind of put him under the bus a little bit. So that's not the case with Brad Lambert. The issue with Brad Lambert is, unfortunately, Brad Lambert. The reason he's falling is you've got a bunch of moves, and a bunch of moves don't work out. Moving position and stuff. So that's why you're seeing Brad Lambert fall. It's not the same thing as the Autoratu. Ken. Yeah, it was autocorrect. My laziness, my bad. Dude, don't apologize for autocorrect and typos. I am the king. Okay, who's mini taking?
From your garden, Liam Ogren.
Ogren. Man, Kemmel, keep falling, buddy. No, not Kemmel, Lambert.
A right winger out of Sweden, the 5th straight European player.
And Snuggerud too, right? Snuggerud was supposed to go 15th overall, if I'm not mistaken, and he's still on the board, right? Just making sure I didn't miss anyone. Yeah. So we'll see, but the Islanders don't make a pick till 65. They've got a while to go. Okay, where are we at now? Brian says, made me feel a bit better, lol. I just absolutely hate the price Lou paid for him. Hope I'm wrong. So I'm glad I can help you feel a little bit better, because that's all I'm going to be able to do, and that's all I should be able to do. I'm not going to completely justify it, because even I completely understand that there's some risk involved with this trade. You send the 13th overall pick, and all you're getting is a guy who doesn't put up a lot of points, isn't a flashy name, and a 3rd round pick. It's not ideal necessarily when you're just looking at the names, but then you see that, okay, well, he fits the position in terms of top 4 left-handed defenseman. He's young, he's controllable, he's going to be cheap, he can be a lot better than what maybe not a lot better, but he can be much better than what he showed. He can eventually put up points. He's physical. Like, you're adding a lot here. It's just really kind of showing that the Islanders are getting a good player here. But there's still that upside, because the Islanders gave Montreal... So Montreal is selling value. Or sorry, not value, potential. They're selling potential in Alex Romanov, and that's what the Islanders are buying here. And so until he fills that potential, we won't know if they lost the trade or not. I think it's going to end up being fair for both teams. We have Jester saying, I like adding Romanov much more than if they added Gerald. Yeah, Samuel Gerald was not someone I was interested in. I like him. I know that the Colorado Avalanche liked him, but they have soured on him real quick since they signed him, right? So they gave him that contract July 31st, 2019. And there's already talks of them trading him 3 years into that deal. That's not ideal. Like, they thought that he was going to be not Noah Dawson, but yeah, Noah Dawson for them, and he's not. I'm just, yeah, I'm not sold on. I was never sold on Giral. I kind of prefer Alex Romanov here. Okay, right guy, Yurov just got upgraded to 1 over Lambert. You think so? He's gonna go the pick before Lambert? Andre says, Lou said Bodie Wild still in limbo. What on earth is going on there? It's Lou Lamoriello putting in rules in. Like, that's what he does. He's got rules, and the rules are, you're going to play to the strength of the team, or you're going to play by the rules of the team. The rules of the team that you got to get vaccinated. And if you don't get vaccinated, you're not in. So he didn't, and it doesn't sound like he will, so he's out. I expect him to get loaned out somewhere. Where he goes, ideally, I would like to see him loaned out to another AHL squad. I really would. And I think you're going to see some loosening of vaccine rules for other AHL squads, not the Islanders. Not that I personally mind, but it's not for me to say what they should or shouldn't be doing with that regard. That's Lou's rule, fine.
Challenge accepted. What's your favorite on Kiss 92.5?
For me with that, I think they're going to loan him out, and I hope it's an AHL squad, but I don't expect he's ever going to play a single game for the New York Islanders. Ever. And like I'm seeing Terry here say Bodie didn't light the lamp up last season in Europe. He's absolutely right. He didn't. I have other thoughts on that. Just give me a second here. The thing with Bodie Wild that bothered me last year wasn't necessarily the lack of production. Obviously, not putting up points is a problem in the second tier of the Swedish league. You're a player who should be ready for the NHL, and you're not able to put up points at the Swedish league, second tier. That's kind of a problem. But it goes beyond that. The issue for me with Bodie Wild was he didn't play the full season. Sure, he had illnesses, a couple. He had twice, I think he was out with an illness. But most of the time he missed was because they just didn't play him. Like they put a jersey on him, they sat him on the bench, but they didn't put him out on the ice. That's a big problem. He wasn't even good enough to play every game. That's not what you want to see. He's over there to play, and he's not even good enough to stand out at that level to earn a spot, even the top 6. That is not good, and that's what bothers me about Bodie Wild. Is because not only did he not put up points, he didn't look good the entire time. I'm gonna put my glasses on. You're gonna see some glare, I think, but my eyes are starting to hurt a little bit, so I'm just doing one of these. I look like a big old nerd and a big old hipster, but anyways, super smudgies. My kids definitely played with these. Oh, there we go. They take the Russian kid. Good job. Okay, so Reezy says, I think Lou is being unfair with Wild. I still believe in the kid. I won't necessarily disagree, but this is very much in Lou's wheelhouse, right? Like, this is what Lou does, right? Like, so Washington picks up a good player here and a good pickup for them in terms of a good move, right? Like, we're going to help this kid, the cancer diagnosis and all that, so good job Washington there. But on Bodie Wild, he should get it. He should get the vaccine, but he doesn't want to. That's his prerogative. But Lou does these things. Lou's got rules, right? And it's not just vaccination rules. He's got rules about numbers. He's got rules about facial hair. He's got rules about a lot of things. So, like, this isn't necessarily new behavior by Lou. So we can't necessarily act surprised that he's got a kid on the outside for this reason. Can't. Where am I at here? Paul Ryan says, Mitch, if you're Lou, do you consider a goalie at 65 or 78? I'm adding the or there. You didn't say or. I'm just assuming that that's what you're going. Yes, I would. Would I do it at 65 or 78 though? Ooh, that's the interesting question, because there's really two guys, right? There's Tyler Brennan and Topias Leinonen, who are the top goalies available in this draft. I would move for either one of those. I would probably use the 65 one, just because that's basically a third rounder to take a goalie, because I would worry that either one of them would be taken. And the only reason I'm saying they should take a goalie is because, well, they not lost, but Henrik Tikkanen gone. There's a gap there for, like, the next goalie after Tristan Lennox type of thing, so I think they should take one.
I agree with that.
Abaddon says, it's not long ago when Romanov was considered the future one lefty for Montreal. Having him and Noah Dobbs for the next decade is an exciting prospect. Yeah, right, like, we need to show more of that. Like, this kid is supposed to be not only a top pair guy, but there's possibility to unlock even more in that. And you're going to set that up with a team that likes to develop or knows how to develop defensemen. Come on. What, like, this could be very epic. Right guy says, the 3 players we signed to Bridgeport, Jimmy Lambert, Cosgrove, and the other kid, do you think they have a chance of the NHL? No. I don't. I think these guys are going to be AHLers. But there's no secret NHLer there. I don't think any of them are signed to NHL contracts, are they? I'm just looking through now to see if they are or not. No, none of them are signed to NHL contracts. So no, I would not expect them to make an impact at the NHL level at all whatsoever.
Brian, what made you comfortable enough to make the pick?
I mean, we went over the risks. You know, I think.
Okay, so Brian says, what do you think happened to Wild then? He was thought of as a first-round pick when he was drafted, and seems like it's been nothing but downhill since. It really has. Like, there's a lot of baggage there, it seems, with Bodie Wild. And what I mean by that is, like, he sees things a specific way, and he's going to do them that way. And if you're not going to agree to that, well, then he's just not going to conform. Which, there's nothing necessarily wrong about that, right? Like, if you feel like, I think back to the Josh Osang thing, and like, Josh Osang had his specific way of playing, and he's like, I'm going to do it my way, or the highway. And I think he was kind of right to try to assert himself, but I think at a certain point, you got to know when to maybe not assert yourself, but realize when you can give and when you can take. And I think in this regard, it's not really as that binary. Like, you can't be like, just take the vaccine, Bodie. Like, he doesn't really want to do it. Okay, it's cool, you don't want to, but like, Luke doesn't have to play you either. I'm not going to say that that's a fair, what's the word I'm looking, I don't want to say compensation, because it's not. I don't think it's necessarily fair per se, but those are Lou's rules, and that's how he does it. Like, I'm sure he was very upfront about everyone with it, and so you can't be surprised at this point. But what else is going on there? I think he was just kind of mopey about it. Maybe that's a little bit harsh on Bodie Wild, but I don't think he really enjoyed going to Sweden and being thrust on a second division Swedish team, asked to perform. And I think not that I think it was beneath him, but I don't think he's very happy about it, and he kind of got mopey about it, and it just didn't make the best of it. Reezy says, would you consider moving Lee? I just think we need to get faster and younger. I know he's great in front of the net, but he doesn't do much more for a $7 million cap hit for a top winger who gets 48 points. Look, you're not going to convince me that Lee is worth the money going forward, or that they shouldn't trade him. I just don't think they're going to find a buyer. I really don't. You're talking about, goddamn, Chris Letang's a good looking man. I wish I looked that good. Anders Lee has 4 more years at a $7 million cap hit. You're not going to find someone to buy that. You're just not. And like, he's owed $895 next year. Not this coming season. The one after that. It's just not going to happen. You're not going to find a buyer for Lee. So like, while I'm open to it, you're not going to find it. So it just doesn't work. Terry Sommer says, is Linus Soderstrom playing anywhere? Last I saw, Linus Soderstrom was playing for Assat in the Finnish league. If I pull up his numbers here, Soderstrom, I think I can get elite. Maybe not. Linus Soderstrom, elite prospects. I'm pretty sure he was playing for Assat. He may have got a move at the end of the year, though. Yeah, so he's going to the SHL next year to Skellefteå. But he was playing, for Assat last year. That was his second year there. In 26 games, he had a 2.8 goals against average and an .896 save percentage. He was a .909 and a .261 the year before that for the same team. And so now he's moving up to, and I say up just because the quality of competition at the SHL is higher than the Liga. He moves up to the Swedish SHL, where he's going to play with Skellefteå, who I don't think were a particularly good team last year, if I remember correctly. I'm just looking at the league stats or the standings, but 21, 22.
National Baseball Championship.
So I just bringing it up. Scalefti, where are you? Oh, they were third, so that's a pretty damn good team. All right, I stand corrected. Scalefti was a pretty damn good team last year. So I don't know why I blanked on that. I guess I didn't watch a lot of. I didn't watch any SHL really last year because we didn't have anyone playing in Sweden. So there's that with that. Ryan says he was playing for Assat. That's right. Andre says there were teams that had Wild on the do not draft list. Yeah. I think the Islanders, when it came to Wild, their eyes grow and started glowing. So we can get a guy that should have gone in the first round. Let's go. And Lou was new, so he's just like, all right, well, I'm gonna trust your scouting, so just go for it. And it could have still worked out, but it doesn't seem like it's about to, or it's going to. All right, right guy says Lambert gonna end up going 64. I'm calling it. Could you imagine going 64? That would suck so bad. It really would. But we'll see. So far, he's what? We're going into the later portion of the draft. We've gone into the 20s. Where are we here? Just refreshing Wikipedia. So yeah, we're going into pick 22, Anaheim Ducks. So we've only got 10 more picks to go, and they haven't taken them yet. That's late, man. That's late. I don't think it's too late for Brad Lambert, because I think he was in full free fall. But this is quite late. This is really late, man. So I don't know, man. Do you think he's going to be available in the second round? Do you think Brad Lambert gets the second round, everyone? Or who are you? You know, I'm just going to go to FC Hockey right now, because I'm sure they're going to have a progressive draft board for us to look at, so that we can see who's still available. Who would you have liked if the Isle stayed pat at 13? Oh, that is a good question. So we have to assume everyone's on the board now. And you still had Nazar, McGrody, Lakirimaki, Oslin, Kemel, Bishop, Ogret, Miroshichenko, and Pickering. Those are the guys that are selected after 13, or including 13 with Nazar. If I had my pick, I probably would have gone Joachim Kemel. Honestly, I probably would have gone Kemel, because you can bring him over to the AHL this year. So you put Kemel on a line with Atoratu. Look the hell out. Say what you will about Williams Full, but Kemel's already playing with men, and this kid is hella. He's so good. So I think I would have gone with Joachim Kemel without a doubt. Ken says, yeah, it should be illegal to look like that. Agreed. To look that good at his age. Although I guess the money he makes playing hockey kind of helps. Just like Lauren Cohen is so hot. I don't know who Lauren Cohen is. It should be illegal. She plays Maggie in TWD? What is TWD? Lauren Cohen.
That's funny. I don't know why you guys brought that up, but
yeah, she's a good looking. Yeah.
Just like Sidney Crosby as a kid.
Yeah,
She's an attractive individual indeed. But yeah, man, so like we'll see what goes forward here. Like, I'm gonna be interested to see where Brad Lambert goes and who takes the jump. Who's it gonna be? We got here from Darren Dragon. More rumblings of a trade in the works. Lots of conversations between Ken Holland and Arizona's Bill Armstrong. The Oilers may be creating more cap space by moving Zach Kassian. Sounds like it's getting close. Oh boy, Edmonton making cap space for who? I guess you can make a play for Evander Kane, but they don't have a goalie, so kind of need to fill that out, right? I'm just trying to see if my brother sent me a message who's an Edmonton Oilers fan. He did not. So, yeah. How do we feel about the Alex DeBrincat trade? Not necessarily in relation to the Islanders, but how do we think, like, did Ottawa absolutely win that trade without doubt, or is there a potential for Chicago to win that trade, seeing as how they drafted Kevin Korchinski with it? While I wait for that to come in, we got Ry Guy saying, one of the ways people know I like prospects is that when they called up Witherspoon, I was jumping for joy, and then they say he's scratched and I'm depressed. What? Yeah, Witherspoon had a good year this year.
Are proud to select Nathan Gauthier from the Quebec.
Nathan Gauthier goes to Anaheim. Yeah, I was glad that they called up Witherspoon. It sucked that he didn't actually play, but he earned it, man. He absolutely earned a call up this year. So good for him. Gauthier is a hell of a kid, man. 6'3", 200 plus. Holy hell. I never weighed more than 162 in my life, and that's my current weight. LeBron says, Canucks GM speaking to media asked about the rumored trade that was never with the Islanders. There was definitely nothing going on with the Islanders. Says he was surprised at the reports about it. So apparently, according to the Canucks GM, there was nothing happening between the Islanders and the Vancouver Canucks. So what are your thoughts on that? Are you pleased, relieved? Brian says 100% Ottawa won that trade. I really wanted the Isles to go after him. Part of the reason I didn't like the price they paid for Romanov. Could have packaged 13th and whatever else it took to get Alex. Yeah, I agree with that take that we probably could have packaged at 13 plus to get Alex DeBrincat. The only thing I'll say is that I have to assume that either Lou didn't want to do it because he wanted this, which I think is still a missed opportunity. Like DeBrincat better than Romanov. I think there's no question about that. But I think it's more Chicago didn't want that. I think they just wanted the picks this year. I really think, I don't think there's the value in the pick next year necessarily for them.
This is the type of player where you're saying,
Brandon says Brad Lambert will go to Tampa. Where is Tampa picking here? Tampa picks 31. Yeah, I wouldn't blame them for doing that. Why the hell not? Because Boyd and Hughes apparently right now are having a conversation. So Hughes is the Montreal GM. Montreal probably looking to get back into this first round again. Like they've got the picks to do it, right? Like Montreal still has they had 14 picks in this draft. So like how many more prospects they got? Still 2 picks here. They got Calgary's pick. They got one more. I was getting confused here because Cap Friendly isn't updating live as to like the depletion of the prospect, the picks here. They've got their second round, Calgary's second round. They've got a second round of their own, and my God, and Edmonton. So they've got 3 more picks to go. You can package that and move up for sure. So, Brian says the Brinkat, a 40-goal score, would have been perfect to play with Barzal. I agree. I really do. You're not going to say that. You're not going to find me saying the opposite of that. I think it's just some combination of Chicago didn't want what the Islanders were offering, or the Islanders weren't offering enough to get it done. And they could have, you think, right? Like, you're talking about it was a 7th overall pick and the 39th overall. You could probably package Oliver Wahlstrom and make that work. And DeBrincat is a hell of an upgrade on Oliver Wahlstrom, at least as it stands now. Sorry, I just punched my mic. But it's clear they didn't want to do it. They being either the Chicago Blackhawks or Lou Lamoriello. Ideally, because Lou Lamoriello thinks that Oliver Wahlstrom could be a 30-goal scorer. Ideal. I don't know if he can be. I sure as hell hope he can. He can at least be a 20-goal scorer, but I don't know about 30.
We actually like his trajectory this year. You know, he started off...
okay, we're pick 23. We're getting there. We got another 9 to go. 9 picks on this first round, and it's only 10 o'clock. So the night is still young on this Bama Jamma. What do we see going on here on Isles Twitter? Just looking at that. Not even close to stay-at-home defenseman away from going anywhere. Okay, well, the people like poo-pooing on Alex Romanov continuously, like, he's not an offensive defenseman. Clearly. He's clearly not an offensive defenseman, but, like, we need to put that to bed. Brett says, can't believe Yurov's still not drafted. All right, let's find out what's going on here with this Yurov guy. If we can explain it. This is Danilo Yurov, right?
fan was here, 60 people. We could hear them
Danila
yell.
Yurov, yeah, 2003. It's
Is your coach with the REM parts. What's the best piece of advice he's given
so
you?
I think it's just he's a Russian-born player.
He's taught me so much about just
Honestly, Brett, I think it's a Russian-born player. Like he's, yeah, sure he didn't put up any points at the KHL level, 0 points in 21 games, but you're talking about an 18-year-old. When did he turn 18? In December. So he was 17 for most of the season, but puts up 36 points in 23 MHL games. That's the second tier down, basically the AHL of the KHL. 36 and 23, hell of a player. But I really think it's the Russian factor. It's really it. He's got size, 6'1", 179. Maybe he can add a bit of muscle there still, but 18 years old, right wing, like he's got a lot of it. I think the only problem is that you got the Russian factor there. That might sink it a little bit. I really think that's it. Whereas if you look at Miroshichenko, is it Miroshichenko? No. I spelled it incorrectly. Ivan Miroshichenko, what is... Because he was obviously also a Russian-born player, and he played for Avant-Garde, but he doesn't have any KHL experience. He hasn't played a single KHL game this year. Played one for he didn't play one. No, he played one MHL game. Obviously, like the whole cancer thing really kind of like screwed that a little bit. But yeah, I really think that's it for Yurov. I would imagine he gets picked soon. Looks like we got a trade here. Frank Cervalli is saying that the Leafs are trading Peter Mrazek to Blackhawks for the 25th overall. No, 25th overall, and Mrazek for the 38th overall. What? No, that can't be right. That's what he's saying. 25th overall and Mrazek for 38th overall. So that's it. Okay, all right, fine, whatever. So Toronto moving up, I suppose, in the draft. Okay, where was I here? Yeah, Brett says he can't believe. I agree with you. I can't believe he's not. Jester says Chicago Valley Kirby Doc is a 13th and second rounder. So that's all you need to know about what the Islanders would have to add to the 13th to get the Brinket. Yeah. If they were hoping to get a 13th plus for Doc, holy hell, I don't even want to think of what they would have had to give up for DeBrincat. Really goes to show how more like those extra 5 slots or 5 picks are valued compared to 13th to 7. So that's wild to me. I would not have made that trade. I'm glad they did, because 26-point Kirby Doc is not something I want. Let me hit the refresh on this sucker. All right. Nicholas Gisto says, would you trade up for this guy? People who scouted Yurov? Oh, it depends on the cost. So if we're talking late first-round pick, you're trading away like a early second and a late second. The Islanders don't currently have that. So that's what worries me, is that I don't think the Islanders have the picks to move up. So they've got Colorado's second and a third-round pick. Now, that could move them up the second round. They could probably move up to the midway point of the second round by packaging those together. And if Yurov is still available, I would do it. If Danil Yurov is still available mid-second round, I would. I don't think he will. So yeah, we'll see what's going on here. Yeah, so it looks like we've got a move here with Toronto in terms of they're sending Mrazek to clear up some cap space. That was a failed experiment by them, right? Right guy says, breaking news: New York Islanders trade Leo Konrad in exchange for Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl. W for Oilers. I wish. That would be epic. Okay, so Ryan says cap done from Mrazek. I agree there, because Mrazek was on the books for $3.8 million for the next 2 years. And what did he do last year in terms of stats? 888 and 334 in 20 games. Not good for Peter Mrazek after a solid season in Carolina. 923, 2-6, 12 games, mind you. So yeah, that is clearly clearing some cap space so they can sign Jack Campbell, without question. They don't want to lose that guy.
You can get a Minions Rise of Gru book or toy in every Happy Meal. Centrum's new
All right, let's see what's going on with Isles Twitter here. If there's anything else going on, I'm sure it's all about Romanov and some degree of poo-pooing or not. Lou, your time is up, bud. Oh God, pass.
Your healthy lifestyle with Centrum's new range of benefits.
Isles blogger Michael is sharing some highlight reels of Alex Romanov. Love it.
Bill Guerin, guys, he's going to be back on the podium.
What else we got here? Isles need to trade into the first round and grab Lambert right now. Okay, we can't. We cannot trade into the first round. We don't have the assets to do so. If you're trading into the first round, you're giving off probably Aotearoa, and that makes no sense to do. You don't trade Aotearoa for Brad Lambert, because I know what we've said that Brad Lambert is not Brad Lambert. My God, Brad Lambert is not Aotearoa 2.0. You don't give up, because you know what you've got with Ratu. You don't give up on him for a potential. You just don't. So like, it makes no sense to trade up right now.
Well, congratulations and best of
Brian
luck.
says that's a good point on the dog trade. I would have done whatever it took for Cat, is all I'm saying. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I would have done it. I would have traded for DeBrincat over Romanov all day, every day. I really would. I would have sent a 13th Aotearoa, and that should have got it done right there. A 13th and Aotearoa should have got it done. Like, that's a 52nd overall pick. So if you're just looking in terms of value, in terms of what he was drafted as, that makes sense. Then you consider that he's outperforming that 52nd overall selection. Come on. Like, so I would have done 13th overall and Aotearoa for Alex DeBrincat, and I think it would have got it done. I think. I can't for sure say it would have, because who knows what Chicago wanted there. Right, guys, Snooker just went 24. He's projected to be 65 on some sites that I saw. Honestly, yes, I saw that as well. When I did my mock draft, Snooker went in the second round.
Minnesota Wild, they're proud to select from Magnitogorsk of the KHL, Danila Yurov.
Oh, Yurov, there he goes.
You've been talking at length about Danila Yurov, who's the 24th.
There we go. Everyone was like, when are they going to take him? And then Minnesota's like, yoink, we'll take him. Thank you very much. This was a good pick by Minnesota. Just for sake of conversation, that's what this is all about, Abaddon. Bring up all your just for sake of conversation points. What do you think Bellows is worth in picks? Ooh. Bellows is worth probably a third or fourth, is what I'm going to say. He's not worth the first. It's just so late. Like, you can have guys not do well and still get a lot of value. Like we saw Griffin Reinhart, right? Get traded for a 16th overall and a second round pick. We just saw Alex Romanov go for a 13th overall pick. But you've got Kiefer Bellows, who is, what, 6 years since being drafted? Right, like 2016, if I'm not correct. Yeah, 19th overall in 2016. We're going on 6 years now. It's the value is just going down and down and down every year that he doesn't perform well at the NHL level. So yeah, Ryan says Yurov to Mini. Yeah, now we wait, says Rye Guy, for Lambert. Ryan also says that Bellows is probably worth a third at this point. Yeah, I would say even a late third rounder. Oh, we got a trade. Here we go.
The Toronto Maple Leafs trade Peter Mazarek and pick number 25, which will be the next pick in this year's draft, to the Chicago Blackhawks for pick number 38 in this year's draft. So
wow.
Trades
so Toronto moves
and pick 25,
their first round pick and Mrazek to pick 38.
All right, so Chicago will be on the clock right now. And
Holy hell, that's a really good deal for Chicago.
They made trades now with Ottawa, with Montreal, and with Toronto.
Honestly, this is a really good trade for Chicago. Well, I understand Chicago fans are like, we're in a dark place, but like, the trades they're making here are really, outside of DeBrincat, are really good.
And that there was some potential at that time to bring Fleury to Toronto.
This is a really not ideal trade that Toronto is making. They don't want to be making that trade. Wow, okay. All right, so what is your opinion on Cole Koski? I like random prospects in their system, and I don't know why. Dude, that is my whole shtick, is their entire random prospect pool. What's my opinion on Cole Koski? It was a good pick to make. So this was a 6th round pick in 2018, if I'm not mistaken. Cole Koski. It may have been 2019.
I don't know who it's for, but I might think maybe Ville.
23. It was 2019. 7th round pick, not even 6th round pick. He was an overager at the OHL level there. Or was going into his overage season at the OHL level, and had good production, 63 points in 52 games. And then even better than that the next year. Didn't explode with 80 and 62, but still, what do we got there? Because we don't have him signed to an AHL deal anymore. He's signed to an AHL contract. What I think is going to happen with him is that he's just going to be an AHLer for the rest. He might be gone even next year. So what is my opinion? I think it was a good pick to make. I think it was a valuable pick to make as a 7th round pick. It just didn't turn out to anything, which happens. Brett says Bellows is really good at Worlds. It's true. So hopefully, like, what we saw at the end of the year is translating and trending going forward into next season. Brian says, I'm harassing you with questions. No, dude, this is what it's all about. Harass away. I have opened myself up to harassment.
In our top 11 picks on our list,
okay, so you say, do you think Wright should have been the #1 pick? I do. I really do. I thought he was the better player in this draft class. And to think he goes, what is it, 4 to Seattle, right? I think a little bit of that is a factor of circumstance. If New Jersey is open to drafting a center, they take it. But because they couldn't find a pick, a taker to draft up to #2 for them to allow to draft back, they just went and drafted someone, and their big thing is, well, we don't have any defensemen. So, like, they did that way. I don't like that. I think you should always go best. So they should have taken Shane Wright anyways, and then just trade him. But I think that's what they did. Brett says, hope Lambert lets young guys play. Yeah, I agree, man. I hope he takes a little bit out of the failed Barry Trotz book. And that's not letting the young guys play enough. So I hope he learns a little bit there. Avedon says, is there a reason we can't do super chats? I have no idea what super chats are. If you can explain what a super chat is, I will do a super chat. Probably not tonight, just because like this is rounding down here. We've got like a couple more picks to go. I don't get the rules of YouTube, but would be happy to support the channel, especially for live content. Okay, well, I don't know how much live content you guys are looking for, but like I am always open to suggestions of what you guys want in terms of community. My shtick here with the channel is it's all about Islanders prospects all the time. I don't necessarily want to get into just covering the Islanders with this channel, at least right now. Maybe going forward I could build it into an Islanders channel. But I really want to service the niche that is specifically Islanders prospects, and so if we can build that into more live stuff, let me know what you want, and I'm super down. Ken says this is Bellows' year to prove to us that he's the player we all think he can be. I hope you're right, Ken. I want you to be right. I think you might be right, but I have my reservations. Mainly because it's taking so long for him to do anything. But what we saw at the end of the year, this year, and like was brought up, was it Brett? Yeah, Brett said at the Worlds that sounds fine with me, man. Like, it sounds like things are going well for him. All right, Right Guy says, I'm really asking a lot of questions, but I noticed you put Newkirk as an extra in a few years. Do you think he can make it as a fourth liner? I do. Ask away, man. Whatever you want to know about anyone. Whenever I spoke to Reese, he's always in the right mindset in terms of what he needs to do to improve his game. Like, you're always going to hear prospects say, like, I need to improve my defensive game. Yeah, we all know that. But for him, it was taking it the extra level. Like, not only do I have to improve my defensive game, but here's where I need to improve my defensive game. I really liked chatting with him. And then when you see his game play out, I think he could be a serviceable fourth-line center. Will he get there? I don't know. And some people might say, well, he was playing at the ECHL level, they can't have that much confidence in him. I will counter that by saying, if he was to stay at the AHL level, he wasn't breaking into their top 6. He was not going to do that. He might next year break into their bottom 6. And because he might not even broken into the bottom 6 last year, they sent him to Worcester so he can get reps. He was playing on their second line and on the third line. He was playing middle 6 minutes all night, every night. And you got to remember that at the ECHL level, they're not laying out like 12 skaters. They've got, and by skaters I mean forwards, they've probably got like 10 skaters at most. So he's getting minutes and a lot of reps, and that matters in terms of development. Brian Meskel says, think we make another trade tonight or tomorrow? I don't think we make another trade today. I really don't. I don't think there's anything for them to trade. I'm just listening because Montreal is going nuts. I guess that they're getting ready to make a selection here. I don't think there's anything for them to do here today. They're going to listen and they're going to get calls on stuff, but I really don't think they're going to do anything today. Do they make a move tomorrow? I would like them if the right player is available, and by right player, I don't know who that's going to be. I think they make a trade up in the second round. I think they might do that. Looks like we got Cassian to Arizona for draft picks. Elliot Friedman says Cassian to Arizona with the number 29, a future second, and a future third. Woo, that's a lot. Wow, that's a lot for Edmonton to give up here. Right, Edmonton drafts 29th. Edmonton's giving off their first round pick, a second and a third, so they can chew up the Zach Cassian deal. That is a lot. I don't know what Cassian is set to here. Where we got Zach Cassian, 3-2 for the next 2 years. That doesn't seem like a lot to have someone to chew up. So they're moved down 3 spots. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. So I was gonna say if they're trading this 29th overall plus just to clear off Zach Cassian, I was gonna be like, holy shit, what is it gonna cost to move Josh Bailey? Okay, so they're gonna trade tonight, tomorrow. Terry says all I want is Wallstrom, Bellows, and Ratu to make an impact on the team. I don't think Ratu's going to make an impact on the team this year. I want him to, but I don't think he's going to. I think he's going to stick at the AHL level this year.
You gotta love the smiles. They look great in the uniform. So much work to still do. I mean, the dream is realized, but you know, the real hard work, honestly, I guess begins now.
Okay, and then sorry, I was trying to answer on Twitter and I got caught up there. Are you going to do any regular podcast talking Isles? Says Rizzy. I'm not at this point. I just started a new gig yesterday, so this is only day 2. Will I eventually do podcast talking Islanders? Maybe. If people really want it, I'm down. I will talk Islanders with people. But as it stands now, no. I miss it though. I really do like podcasting a lot and talking about the team that I love. I realize what my space is in the environment here. I'm a infotainment. I provide information, and I think I'm pretty entertaining in doing so. And so I would love to continue doing that, but I think I'm going to try to work out what the work schedule is and what that looks like, and then move forward from there. So if I'm going to add or do more podcasting or a specific Isles podcast, it probably won't be until the beginning of the regular season. Brian McKerna says, your ideal target in the second round for the Isles. Okay, ideal target, well, right now is Brad Lambert. But I don't think he's going to be available for the Islanders come the second round. Outside of that, there's... God, what is the defenseman? There's the defenseman that really interests me, but I'm blanking on his name. I'm just waiting for the Montreal to take the pick here. Oh. Meshar, okay. Right on. There's a lot of Slovaks going in the first round. It's the third one. Top two guys are Slovaks, so.
And of course, Slovakians taking both first and second overall. This is now a hat trick.
Yeah, it was Seamus Casey, Andre. Thank you. It was Seamus Casey that I was looking at. Seamus Casey, type that up. Come on, elite prospects here. I misspelled Seamus, that's why. Okay, come on. Oh my God, it's taking forever to load elite prospects. I guess because everyone's on it right now. So Seamus Casey, 18-year-old D, going to Minnesota University next year, or University of Minnesota. Development program, 33 points in 48 games, 13 and 17 for the juniors at the USHL level. What I like about him is he's got speed. He's undersized, though, right? He's 5'10". I wasn't sure if he's 5'9" or 5'11", but he's right between that. 172, so he's... Excuse me, this IPA is making me burp here. He's a bit stocky, but that's the guy that you look at where he's drafted, you know, fitting the 43rd. Central Scouting's got him 29th in terms of North American skaters. So that's a guy who's got a lot of upside. But honestly, right now, it's all about Brad Lambert, baby. Brandon Frey says, is that Pierre Maguire? Yeah, Pierre's on the panel. Pierre's on the panel. He's got to find... This is bread and butter. If you're going to put Pierre Maguire anywhere, it's for this. This is what he does. Ken Duffy says, I know a lot about hockey, but know zero about our prospects. Hence why I love this channel. Well, Ken, I'm glad I can fill that for you. I'm glad I can help you out with that, because I love me some prospects. I love following them around. Jester says, does Budzik take this step forward this year in the NHL? I want to say yes, and so I will say yes. But I'm not saying that with a lot of confidence. What I mean by that is that I'm worried he's going to be something between what he was this year and the previous year. So the 24 points at the AHL level 2 years ago, and the guy who put up was 2 points this year at the AHL level. I'm worried he's something between that, which is still fine. He can still, doesn't mean he can't make the NHL level, but I'm worried that he's somewhere between that and doesn't make the NHL level. So, but I think he takes a step up this year. I think they're going to make sure that they put him in a position where his skills are better utilized, so make him a little bit more of a everyday, all-day defenseman. So that's, you're playing 5-on-5 PK power play. You're in there 20 to 23 minutes a night, and I think that's where they're going to get they're going to get better value, or have him take that step up. Abaddon says, guys, we have 40 people watching with 23 likes in the video. Let's smash the like button. Yeah, I'm not really good at like trying to convince people to smash the like button, but yeah, if you can hit the like button, that would certainly help. Or shout out on YouTube or Twitter or everywhere else if you can help me grow the channel, that'd be great. But honestly, the fact that the channel's already at what, it's 780 subscribers is 789. We're gonna hit 790 soon. Like, I can't believe that. That sounds wild to me, to think that people want to hear my ramblings about prospects, the Islanders prospects. I'm so blown away by all the support and the love. I absolutely appreciate every message, interaction, like, thank you. Oh, it's just been, you guys are the best. Right guy, I wanted to see Bibo succeed in hockey as a player, but that's good that he wants to be a coach and a leader. Yeah, that was cool. Eh? Like he decided, like, look, I'm at the ECHL level and I'm just even okay at that. Like, I know I don't have a future in the playing side of things, but I want a future in hockey. So I'm going to do the next best thing and go into coaching. I love that. That is such a mature decision by the kid. And it probably tells you why the Islanders maybe not reach for him. That shouldn't be, that wasn't the case. They went for him in the 6th round, I'm going to say, 2018. Bring it up now. Of course, Elite Prospects is slow. It was 6th round 2019. There you go. That's why they went for him, because they saw a kid that could do some stuff and is pretty smart, so they're like, all right, let's take a shot.
What's happened there?
Oh, they're just talking about Brad Lambert here.
It's lack of production is really what it comes down to.
They're saying lack of production, which is true.
15 points in 46 games in Liga. As a double underage, you thought, all right, he's on the path upward. He goes to the World Juniors, he's pretty good.
Brad Lambert is not even sitting at his spot. Yippalai, that is not a good look.
But then you see him in the 2 games at the World Juniors this year. He puts up 5 points. He's absolutely electric.
Yeah.
He is lighting it up. I think switching teams.
Sam Costantino was talking about Brad Lambert and saying, like, look, the production is why he's slipping, and people are worried about it. He's slipping because not because they don't know that he's got the skill, but because they're worried that he's got things getting in the way of that skill, and that's exactly what's happening here. Chris the Goat Bellafiore, what's up? I still believe Bellows has third line capabilities. I agree with you. I think that Bellows could be a third line player at the NHL level. I really do, and I hope he ends up being exactly that, if not more, because it's really nice to see these picks end up doing something or becoming something. So I hope he galvanizes that third line role. But we'll see going forward. So Mike Greer's making a statement here. It's not at the regular mic. It's at the podium.
Thank you, Montreal. You guys have been wonderful hosts this week.
I assume maybe because they couldn't get the mic to come up out of the ground. They're doing for everyone else. Brett says, Dufour is going to push for an NHL dub this year is my fearless prediction. That is certainly fearless, man. I'm not going to say that. I think he's going to be a good AHLer, and he's going to play the year out at the AHL level. You're not going to see William Dufour at the NHL level. I want to be eating cake off of my face so bad, or pie or whatever. Eating my foot. I want him to be an NHLer ASAP. I don't think he's going to be one.
He absolutely loved it.
Sorry, I don't think he's going to be one this year. Sorry, this year. I don't think he's going to be an NHL this year. No way. Duffy says, I hope you're right, Brett. Yeah, I agree. I hope you're right. I hope I get proven wrong bad.
I can tell you that there was no one.
But yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. Not this year. Andre, by the way, had Islanders stayed at 13, they would have missed on Mintyukov and Matychuk. Yeah, they would have missed on those 2 guys. So,
but off the ice, he was honest.
Like, there's only a few of the players there. It honestly, to me, comes back to Kemmel. If the Islanders step up at 13th overall, Joakim Kemmel is the guy that I would have taken. Second would have been Lekkerimäki. Probably third would have been Yurov. Maybe. But it may have been even Frank Nazar instead of Yurov. So let's try that. Let's do Kemmel, Lekkerimäki, Nazar, Yurov would have been my pick at 13 in that order, depending on who was actually available or not.
To all of Brian's family and friends.
Ryan says, Wyshynski rated the Romanov trade an A-. An A- for the Islanders? Really? That's epic. Like, yeah, like... He's right. He's absolutely right. Like, it's not a slam dunk trade, and the Islanders certainly could have got a little bit more, but that's good value, man. It's good value. It's not great value, and of course they could have gotten more out of it. Again, like I keep saying it, but like,
first round selection.
This is good, man. Like, this is a good trade. It was a good pickup for the Islanders, and he fits. We got about a bunch of negative Nancys, right? So they're going to take Bystead, huh? That's...
The San Jose Sharks are proud to select
from Linköping, center Philip Bistad.
Yeah, that's something. I'm not sure.
Beautiful statement from the newly minted GM.
They should have. But whatever, they think they will. He's a fine player. Beasted, let's bring up the numbers there so I can supplant the Beast.
I think Mike Greer said it best.
Ted, T-E-D. T-E-D-T. Philip Beasted plays for Linköping. That's the guy he played with Joshua Sang. Because that's where Josh was last year. I only played one game, so maybe he didn't actually play with him. But he's got 2 points, 15 games. Again, SHL level for a guy who is 18 as of February 4th. So most of the year is a 17-year-old. So 6'4", 205. He's got size and he's ready, NHL ready for size-wise. He could probably add some muscle, but what 17-year-old can? I'm 38 years old and I can. But 49 points in 40 games at the J20 level. Now, the thing with the J20 level, he does look like Dahlin. That looks just like Dahlin, Brian. You're absolutely right. Like, Alexander Ljungcrantz puts up good numbers at the U20 level. Ljungcrantz. Obviously not the same sample size because he's bouncing around all over the place, but... And then there was COVID as well. But when he was playing at the J20 level, he had 9 points in 16 games last year. He then had 15 and 16 in 2021, so around the same age as this guy. So, like, again, sample size isn't there, but he split the year at the J20 level in 2021. That was his draft year between the J20 and the SHL. And he's still a point per game player, nearly 15 and 16. So, like,
this is a little bit of a project for me.
Yeah, like they're saying here in the broadcast, it's a bit of a project. I think this is a bit of a stretch for them, but
with his size, I do project him to be a 3-app, somebody that can
yeah, I don't know, man.
hopefully open up a little
good
bit
on them.
for his line mates.
Brian says, yeah, he looks like Dahlin. Yeah. Brett says, makes me feel better about the deal. Just wanted a second in the deal back. I don't blame you for wanting that. I will never say you're wrong for wanting that. We got a third, though, right? And like an early third. Keep that in mind. We got 65th overall. Here we go. Selecting the Islanders. If I do here.
That's what San Jose's about right now. They're not in a
it's not that early, I suppose. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13. Sorry, 78. No, that's not the one. What am I talking about here? Where are we here? What is going on, Cap Friendly? Figure yourself out here. Oh, it's a 4th round pick. Right. Sorry. So it is a basically a 3rd round pick. So that's not good. It's not, that doesn't fit. So they got basically a 3rd round pick. They got the first pick of the 4th round and not that 2nd round pick that you were looking for, Brett. So you're right to say that there's some extra value they could have pulled out of that trade with the Montreal Canadiens, but I think the potential. Oops, I didn't hit the. Come on here. The potential that he's going to fill, he being Romanov, is going to fill that, and we'll be okay eventually. But you're not wrong for suggesting you wanted a second as well as that first. And I keep seeing Islanders fans worrying about Brad Lambert. Maybe not worrying, but saying Brad Lambert is going to be Autorato 2.0. It's not exactly the same situation, y'all. I know there was a mental situation there with Autorato because he lost a lot of passion and he was pushed really hard. But he was not being surrounded either with the best voices, and that's a direct quote I got from someone when speaking about him. He wasn't getting the right voices. He wasn't being surrounded with the right attention in that draft or leading up to that draft or that year, and so that did not help him, and so he kind of burnt out a little bit because he's trying so damn hard. Avid says it's not worth losing, or Avidon says it's not worth losing on a talent like Romanov to try and squeeze out a slightly picked that we won't see for 3+ years. Okay, so Avidon is saying that with that extra value that we could have squeaked out of the 13th overall, we shouldn't have missed out on bringing in Alexander Romanov to pull in that extra little bit of value. This is about as good as it gets. I do have a question here, like, how do we trade up to get Brad Lambert here? From Chris Esturo. This is out on Twitter, and I don't think we can. We can't at this point, right? Like, we don't have the picks.
I wonder if Buffalo goes with another centerman.
Like, we can't. Not yet. If he falls to, like, the mid-second round, then you try to do it in terms of packaging some picks. But as it stands now, you don't have the picks to get Brad Lambert. Brett says, I hear Brad Lambert's dad is a problem. Well, I hope not, because he's already going to be around the team, I suppose, because his brother's here. I have not heard that. I haven't heard not that, though. Just waiting for Buffalo here.
From the Czech League, Yuri Kulek.
Kulek going to Buffalo. Brad Lambert is not going to be a first-round pick. He's going to be a second-round pick.
Added 3 centermen in the first round tonight, and from Czechia, number 28 overall. Yuri
So again, from Chris, like, we can't trade anything. Like, I don't think we've got enough to move up.
They need centerman with Eichel gone. So now they go
I don't think we have enough to make it work. To move our 65th overall, that's the Colorado pick, the second round Colorado pick, and turn that into an early second round pick. Like, I don't think we've got enough to move up 30 some odd slots to get Lambert. Ryan says, unless someone is willing to buy Bailey for second tomorrow or even a third, and someone is down with a second and this and with a second and 2/3 for Lambert. Yeah, like that's just it. Like, we could, if someone's gonna give us a second round pick for Josh Bailey, maybe, sure. We can get a decent second, a mid round or even late second round pick for Josh Bailey and package that with the other one. Maybe we can, but I'm not sure that's going to be high enough. I think Brad Lambert's going to go in the top third of that first round or that second round, and that'll be that. So I don't think we're going to have the picks to get it. Ken says, I agree, Avedon. Why would Lambert's dad be a problem, Brett? I haven't heard anything specifically about Brad Lambert's dad, so I can't comment on that. Avedon says, I think Lambert's uncle, our head coach, could figure out how to deal with his dad being his whole life. I agree. Yeah, like he knows how to deal with his brother. That's for darn sure. What about Isaac Howard? How does everyone feel about Isaac Howard? I've seen comments on my mock drafts or posts on drafts being like, we want Howard at 13, and here we are 28th overall and I haven't heard a peep about Isaac Howard. What do we think about him?
They are completely set right now.
So Chris says that's a bummer. Him available this deep looks like the type of thing we should be open to move heaven and earth to make happen. Yeah, I wouldn't move heaven and earth to make Brad Lambert happen. I'm down for bringing in Brad Lambert, but like, I would not move heaven and earth.
They identified and they did something about it tonight.
Oh, we got a trade.
The Edmonton Oilers trade Zach Cassian, pick number 29 in this year's draft, which is the next pick, Edmonton's third-round pick in 2024, and Edmonton's second-round pick in 2025 to the Arizona Coyotes for pick number 32 in this year's draft.
So pick number 32 goes to Arizona.
Wow. So Canadian teams once again getting involved. Edmonton trades the pick. We'll have much more on the Edmonton deal.
29th. Second in, like, when the sun explodes, and a third also when the sun explodes again.
Congratulations, you were MVP
so,
at the under 18s. How do you think that performance
that's weird.
Changed some minds?
Brett loves Howard. Ryan says Ari has Arizona has a 36 pick. Maybe they take Bailey in the 65th.
I'm so proud of that and grateful.
Okay. That's a good idea. Like, yeah, I think that's the kind of thing we have to look at here.
Raise your mic a little bit. You get the jersey, you get the cap.
Oh, God, kid can't even not keep the mic near his face. He's so, like, completely distracted.
Because your last name in English.
Yeah, that's so cool, and I thought it was a joke, but it is not a joke. And
Kid's English is rough, but like I don't blame him, man. Like it's if you, he's probably got to learn 2 or 3 other languages behind that. Like English was not probably a priority growing up for him, man. I don't blame him for it.
On his way to Buffalo. The Edmonton Oilers,
yeah, so where are we at here? So they're trading Bailey for the 36th overall pick, and the 65th, and Bailey. So 65th, Bailey for the 36th. That would work to get Brad Lambert, maybe. Perhaps. Right, like we're talking about like 4 picks, 1, 2, 3, 4 picks into the second round. That would work.
Well, they slide 3 picks. How big a difference is 29?
Amadan says, how many trades is Arizona at now? God, that's a good question.
On par, to be honest with you. I don't see any difference between 29 and 30.
Can I bring it up?
You're not going to feel the impact of the draft capital necessarily today.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4? No, 3. At least 3 so far, I think, Ari. I've done.
2, 3, 4 years out are being traded out now. They're being traded out.
What's to like about Lambert? The skill. The kid's got top line skill for sure. In his age group, he is an elite player. Absolutely jaw-dropping elite player. His on ice stuff is just insane. He's such a good hockey player. It's just outside of that, things start to fall apart for him, and that's the problem with Brad Lambert, and why we're seeing him fall, because while he's got the skill, if you can't, put the game all together, then you're not worth it. It's just not a good idea. We've seen Joshua saying, right? So.
They hope at that time get him over the hump.
Let me cut you off just really quickly. I want to get down to the.
So it's a 75, not 65 overall. Yes, Ryan, you're right. 75, not 65.
But that was beautiful. Oh, thank you. It's been a tough couple of days for the organization.
Yeah, I would not move heaven and earth to get Brad Lambert, but I really like what he offers. His skill set is elite. It's just when it comes to the game, away from the game, it's not so much. And so that's where things start to fall apart for Brad Lambert, and it's kind of refreshing to see that fall down, like that kind of issue be an important issue at the draft, and why these guys are falling.
Their 3rd first-round pick of the night.
Oh, you were joking? They made 75 trades? I thought they had the 75th. Oh, man, here I am, just like scouting, like agreeing with everything, right? Maverick Lamoureux going to Arizona. There we go. I'm just agreeing with everything at this point, I think. Epic. Second player taken out of the queue in the first round. That's good for the queue, I suppose. I don't think it's excellent.
That's a nice scene right there. 6'7". You can't teach.
He's 6'7", this kid. Holy crap!
What can we expect from Maverick Lamoureux? By the way, that's a fantastic name. Kelly Rudy's grandson's name, Maverick. That's a fantastic, and it's a strong
6'7" is a big kid, man. For a forward?
Really just starting to come into his own. You like to see him play a little bit more physical brand of hockey.
No, he's a defenseman. So yeah, he's not.
He moves pretty good for a big guy.
Anyways, I'm getting to the Islanders here. So we're getting to the end of the first round. We've got 3 picks to go: 30, 31, and 32. Who do we got making them picks? We got Winnipeg, Tampa, and Edmonton, although they just traded that out, right? So, like, I don't think Wikipedia is updated yet in terms of that trade. No, they did. They moved back 3 picks. That's right. So they do have. So it's Winnipeg, Tampa, and Edmonton. Edmonton moved back 3. They didn't care to draft Maverick Lamoureux. Arizona clearly wanted this kid, so that's why they moved up. But for the Islanders, we didn't think anything else would happen after this. We didn't think that they would actually select someone. They wouldn't use that 13th overall pick to bring in a prospect. they were going to use that to bring in a player, and they did that big time. Now that player is going to
he's a sore cheek guy.
sorry, he's going to be contentious. He's going to ruffle some feathers because he's not a sexy name. But honestly, it was a really good deal for the Islanders to make. They probably could have squeezed a bit of value. The only criticism you can make on the Islanders trade, and I'm not going back to it, but this is about the Islanders. The only criticism you can make about the Islanders trade is that they didn't get a ton of all of the value out of it. They probably could have squeezed a bit more out of it. They didn't, but I think what's going to happen here is, and I've said it a number of times, is that you're going to see his play fill out that missing value. But again, they did bring a basically third-round pick, right? They brought a fourth-round pick. That was the very, very first pick of the fourth round. So it's basically a third-round pick here. So like, this is going to be, I think it's going to be perfectly fine for the Islanders going forward.
So far, they've jumped over all the hurdles, but make no mistake about
Okay, let's see what's going on Isles Twitter, if anything else is happening here.
University of Minnesota next year. That's going to be a dynamic program.
I see a lot. Lou is terrible. Oh my god.
But if you have a look at all the players that they're
I really think people are going to grow to appreciate Alex Romanov quickly. I don't think it's going to take much time for the Islanders fan base to really turn whatever ill feelings they have towards Romanov now into positive feelings within, I think, a couple of months of the season starting. I don't think it's going to take long for people to change their opinions on him. Philip Fairbanks says, was with a friend of mine who is a Habs fan when that trade was made.
That's a good point by Jeff Merrick.
Okay, he wasn't happy. He thinks he'll be a good fit. That's awesome. I absolutely love that Montreal fans aren't happy. It's not to say like I'm reeling in their misery. It's to show that the Islanders brought in a good player here. Ryan says Mavericks parents kissing with some serious tongue on national TV celebrating their son. God damn, like, that's insane. Look, they're French people, so I get it, but like, you really gotta chill it on national TV, my friends. Megan, yes, Romanov is, like Ryan says, is an RFA, specifically a 10.2C RFA. And what that means is that Romanov isn't even offer sheet eligible.
Probably not right now, but later on.
So, yeah, he's RFA, he's ours for a while. Ken says, yeah, I'm thinking his transition to the NHL would be much easier if he plays for his uncle, in my humble opinion. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Like, you got a guy who can probably control him. So,
he's such a great kid. He's working hard.
yeah, like, I think he knows what he can get out of him and how to push his buttons. So, I think that would be fine. But I don't think the Islanders are going to end up with Brad Lambert. Man, if they did, that would be epic. That would be a hell of a win.
I'm really happy and proud of him.
Wonderful. Well, both of you enjoy the night.
Right, like think of getting Alex Romanov and Brad Lambert out of this draft. That's pretty good. Though we were talking about using the 13th overall pick to get Brad Lambert. If you can get Alex Romanov and still get the guy you wanted, you can't ask for you can't say that this is a loss. And so like that's what we have to remember when we go through these things. Is like we're all gonna react initially. But there's more than just that move in that second. There's going to be more to it going forward that is going to give more context to this. So give it a little bit a second. There we go. Brad Lambert is gone. So forget it. We're not getting Brad Lambert. The Winnipeg Jets did not wait. They jumped. They took him at number 30. They were not waiting to take Brad Lambert. Good on them. It's a good pick. I think they're going to like that. This is an elite level player that they're walking into the 30th overall pick. So now we can't do the Brad Lambert's Autorato 2.0 because he didn't even make the second round. Yeah, curing is damn.
Yeah. Proud to select
From the Lahti Pelicans in Finland, Brad Lambert.
Yeah, that's.
All right, there he is, Brad Lambert, and we talked about him earlier.
Is Lane there for him? Grandma's there. I assume Grandpa or something.
A bittersweet moment right now.
But I want to see if Lane Lambert is there. There's Dad. No, Lane is not there. I'm sure he's out on the floor. So.
To get to the podium tonight.
So like that's a drop there for Brad Lambert. I don't know that's good for them. He's a good player. He's got elite skills. Very confident in his abilities, but still. Ken says, I think your point is we know what we're getting in Romanov. You're right. We do. So like that's all that really matters, right? So like tomorrow, don't go and start arguing with everyone on Alex Romanov. Brett says they just called Brad Lambert Barzal like on ESPN. I would not say that. It's not to say that he's slow. He's not. But he's not Matthew Barzal. Barzal is elite level edge work. Brad Lambert is fine. His skating is really good, but he is not. He is not Matthew Barzal. That is a hell of a comparison. That's wild. A wild comparison, I would say.
Lately, then it has been fun. So lucky to be able to play.
Brian says you're throwing it back to last year, even with the poor season that Otto had last year. Where do you think he should have gone in the draft? Okay, he should have gone around this. I think this is where he should have gone. Probably 30th overall. Around like end of the first round, early second round is where he should have gone. He didn't. 52 though is a hell of a freaking drop, man. Like that was way too far for Otto. Abaddon says Matthew Savoy is more Barzal than Lambert. Agreed. Because the thing we have to remember with Barzal is not just his straightaway speed as much as he has that. It's his shiftiness, his edge work, his ability to pivot and turn and change directions. The agility at speed. That's Barzal. And yeah, Matthew Savoy has that more than Brad Lambert does. Ryan Graham, anyone see Shane Wright stare down of the Habs draft table? I didn't. Did anyone get that on like a GIF or record it? That would be epic to just be kind of like, bitch, I told you should have taken me. That would have been epic. I wonder what happened in their draft interview. Matthew D. Bird, I know, said he did. You saw it, or did you GIF it? Did you video it? And he did. I didn't see it. Can I go back on this broadcast? I wonder if I can go back and watch it. I think I might be able to. Can I? No, I cannot. I cannot go back on this broadcast, though. Yeah. Something about Wright's personality I don't like. What is it about? Oh, Andre just sent me the stare down. Come on. Okay, I'm watching a video here that Andre just sent me over Twitter. Oh, wow. Okay. You see him up there on the podium, or not on the stage, right? And he's just kind of like, oh yeah, hey. And like, wow. That is evil. If looks could kill.
Gotta protect the car, son. Don't want any fender bender. You can't always avoid accidents.
Wow, he goes out of his way to stare them down. Holy cow. That is wild. Good. Hey man, I hope he hits the league with a chip on his shoulders, because Seattle's going to get a hell of a player then. It's not just going to be Patrice Bergeron. It could be even more than that. As much as Patrice Bergeron would be, is an insane player. Wow, what a hell of a stare down that was. That's insane, man. I cannot believe that. I'm going to take this commercial break to just head to the washroom real quick and jump right back to this. So 10 seconds. Maybe not 10. 50.
Best Way Stone. It's the better way to enjoy the outdoors.
Welcome back to the 2022 NHL entry draft from Montreal. And there's the walk from Julien Brisebois, two-time Stanley Cup winner. And the Tampa Bay Lightning, the Eastern Conference champs, but fell short in the Stanley Cup final this year to the Colorado Avalanche. No shame in that, especially when we heard about the litany of injuries his team was suffering through during the playoffs. It's unbelievable that they made a run as deep as they did, including a run of 11 straight playoff series wins. Tampa Bay really at least a small D dynasty in my mind. And this is their highest pick since Cal Foote, who they took 14th overall back in 2017. So let's hear what Tampa Bay Lightning have to do tonight in Montreal.
Bonjour Montreal. Merci beaucoup pour la hospitalité. With the 31st pick, Tampa Bay Lightning pleased to select Isaac Howard from the U.S. Development Program.
Oh, what do you think of that that outfit, hey?
I don't think he's going to wear that where he's going to college. Minnesota Duluth. I'll tell you that.
Casual Fridays. It's from the Austin Matthews collection, maybe.
Let's wait for the shoes. The shoes are going to determine the whole thing here.
I like
Got
it.
the belt going, the USA belt buckle going.
He can pull it off. Isaac Howard, a left winger out of the U.S. National Team Development Program. 5'10", 180 pounds. Played at Shattuck and St. Mary's. We've seen Crosby, Parise, Taves, etc. Some famous alum have come from there. And what do you make of Isaac Howard, 31st overall?
Well,
yeah, they take Howard. Tampa takes Howard. That makes sense. Brian says Seattle gonna have a sick top two center line with Bernies and Wright. Yeah, Bernies is a good player, man. Wright is gonna be a good center for them too. And then, like Brett says, Tampa don't miss. They take a guy. Look at this getup he's got going on here. White suit, turtleneck. He's got Star Wars theme song playing in the background. I know they pick these songs.
Well, just to
That's
add
epic.
all of that. So as you see in his highlights, he is someone who has a tough time containing his excitement when he scores goals.
Abaddon says, I missed the ridiculous player comps from previous years on the broadcast. If Tampa took him, you know he's good. Yeah, I think they toned down the player comparisons. Like, he's going to be the next Joe Thornton. You're like, guys, chill the hell out. This is a 6th round pick we're talking about here. But I'm going to refocus the camera so I can lean back like Fat Joe over here. If I can, and stay in focus. There we go. Stays in focus a little bit. Yeah, I really appreciate that because it really doesn't add a whole lot of context, right? Like, I understand you want to build some relatability with your audience. Like, well, they know who Joe Thornton is, so like we can talk about this guy being like him. But then it sets unfair expectations on that player to be like Joe Thornton instead of just being kind of like him. So, yeah. Oh, the Japanese Prime Minister has been shot? Or the former Prime Minister?
This is a perfect place for a guy like this with that big personality.
Holy hell, that's wild.
He'll be a premier.
Sorry, I've just seen that pop up on Twitter. The Japanese former Prime Minister has been shot. That's insane. Okay, so anyway, that has blown me over. Matthew DiBernardo says, wondering if Mayfield and Bo are going to be packaged for Vladi. Correct if I'm wrong, but Cervalli confirmed that was the request to start the trade a year or so ago. I would not do that. I just wouldn't. Do I do Mayfield plus? Yes. For Vlad, sure.
Yeah, you know, I think just help me not to worry too much about what everyone says and just, you know, go do your own thing, get better.
But I'm just listening to Brad Lambert talk. I would.
It's a long process, so just, you know, keep working hard. And
you can hear that the heavy Finnish accent there.
Your Uncle Lane is now the new head coach in
they're talking about Lane Lambert.
New York Islanders. Are you especially excited to play a game maybe on Long Island?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully someday, yeah, for sure. You know, congratulations to him. He's obviously earned it. He's been an assistant coach for a long time.
All right, nothing intense is what he's saying. Okay, so Matthew said anything to the rumor of talking with the Blues. I would love to get Vladimir Tarasenko. It can't be for a big cost, and if the cost is Bo Mayfield, that's a big no for me. Havidan says the next Wayne Gretzky Marlon Moore as the 200th overall pick. Yeah, That's I hate that so much. I hate those comparisons because they don't add that much relatability. As much as like I get that it kind of builds that thing with the viewers, but it's just not really helpful.
Okay, and you told us you were gonna go with.
Brett says Howard's got star all over him. Really?
Iceman? Is this like a LeBron James thing? What are you going for?
Yeah, you know, the nickname's the Iceman.
I think he's
I think
fine.
I'm the best looking guy here, so, you know, I decided to be the best dressed too.
He's got way too much confidence that I don't like. I like confident players and confident people, but to be like, I'm the greatest looking guy here and he can't even grow a full beard, like, come on, bud, like, chill the hell out here.
Listen, I wish I had that kind of confidence.
And the drip is not on point at all, in my opinion. But like, don't take that from me. My glasses don't even fit straight. Look at that. That's them where they're supposed to be. So I have to move them off center to look centered. We got Matthew again. Di Bernardo says Wally gets top 6 second line minutes. I effing hope so. I really hope he does. Andre Manassian, Tarasenko is available again. Yep. I think they're going to be in on him, but I just hope they don't give too much. Sean Red, Alex Romanov any good? Yes, Alex. Or Sean, Alex Romanov is good. Depends on what you're expecting to hear when someone says good. I don't think he's going to be a top pair defenseman ever, but he's going to be a solid top 4 defenseman at the NHL level. He's already been an okay top 4 defenseman at the NHL level, and he's only 22 years old. So yes. Dylan Johns, any chance Varley gets traded tomorrow? I don't think so. I really don't think that he gets traded. It's just the trade protection is going to be tough. 16th overall is, or sorry, not 16th overall, 16 team no trade list is not going to give you a lot of options, specifically with a goalie. So I don't think they're going to find a spot for him. And I don't think it's a good idea to move him either. So who goes here? 32 to Edmonton.
Mom Lindsay, a school teacher.
Reed Schaefer rounds out the top of the first round here. So our first round is now complete. All 32 picks are in. Edmonton has selected Reed Schaefer. That is that on the draft. I'm going to finish out these questions here, though. Spiz says, hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. So, yeah, on Alex Romanov, any good? Yes, good. It's going to be good. Sam Sports Shop, what do you think about the Romanov trade, and do you think Bo or Bailey will get traded? My thoughts on the Romanov trade is he's a good player. He fits a need. He fits a lot of attributes that the Islanders don't have, specifically on the blue line. The price is high, and they didn't get full value for him. And what I mean by that is they probably could have got Romanov plus. They ended up getting a plus, but it's a 4th rounder. However, I think that because Romanov is 22 years old, they're paying a bit for potential, and I almost guarantee he's going to hit that potential. Do I think Bo or Bailey will get traded? I don't think Bo gets traded. I think Bailey gets traded, though. Sean Reed, Varley for Tarasenko. Are they going to want to do that? I don't. Does St. Louis need a goalie? I say that almost kind of like, I don't think they do they? They still got Binnington signed until the sun explodes, so they're not going to take Varley. But if they want to make that trade, I'll do it. I'll do it all day, every day. No questions asked. Andre Manassian, would think Gaudreau is going to hit market having not signed 5 days before free agency. I hope so. I really hope so, Andre, because I think the Islanders can make a play. It's going to be hard to make that play because you've got a bunch of other teams with more money than the Islanders have, but I think the Islanders can make it work. Varlamov and Salo for Sandin and a pick. Who says no? I think the Maple Leafs say no. They really like Rasmus Sandin, and I don't think they're gonna trade him. I would love for them to do that, but look, Rasmus Sandin is comparable, I believe, at least in terms of overlying numbers to Ramanov. I don't know why I couldn't pronounce his name there. I'm just trying to find him here. He's 22 years old, just like Romanov. He's a lefty. He's 5'11", 183. Romanov is 6'1", 209, I believe. In terms of points, 16 points in 51 games for Sandin. It's just that Sandin's underlying numbers are better than Romanov's are. Different players, though. Romanov, not shy to put the body in. Sandin, I would not say is a physical defenseman, so... Spiz says, work was hell and I missed the entire draft, lol. Oh, Spiz, that's fine. You missed a trade, though, Spiz. The Islanders traded their 13th overall pick to Montreal for Alexander Romanov. So, like, they got a player. They didn't do it for not Shane Wright. Oh, my God. For Josh Anderson. So, they did it. They moved it. They got someone. They got good value, not great value. So that's all you really missed. And there's some drama with like Shane Wright not getting taken right away. I hope I'm not spoiling this for you. I imagine I'm not. But yeah, so Duffy says, yeah, and as much as I love Tarasenko, I'm not giving up Mayfield and Bo for him, especially Mayfield. Mayfield's such an underrated player. Mayfield is a really good, solid defenseman. I agree. I would do it. I would trade him, that being Mayfield, but like what we get back is going to have to be pretty good. Michael Morenza, did anyone draft Lambert? They did. It was the Winnipeg Jets with the 31st overall selection. Sorry, was it the Jets? Yeah, Jets with 30th overall. Sorry, my bad. 30th overall was Brad Lambert to the Winnipeg Jets. I heard Shane was full of salt. Yeesh. I hope not. That would not be fun if he was full of salt. But like, he was not happy about not being selected #1 overall. If you ask Andre Manassian, he'll send you the video. And I'll put it in the chat here. Copy a link to tweet. Here it is. The Stare. I'm calling it. Boom. That is the look that Shane Wright gave to the Montreal Canadiens table after he was selected 4th overall by Seattle. He was not happy. So, yeah. All right, I think that's that at 11:10 in the evening, in the night. That's a steal that laid good on the Jets. Totally agree. The video is hilarious. It totally is. It's absolutely hilarious. Are there any closing thoughts, statements, comments, concerns on this before I close this out and then this thing? I'll end up giving a video on the Romanov trade here in a bit there, but what do you have to say to close this sucker out? Andre says, great job. Thank you, Andre. Actually, one thing for you guys. Do you have any suggestions for the throat? Like, I can already feel that it's going to be rough speaking tomorrow. Do you have any suggestions to soothe the throat here for tomorrow? I've been talking for like 4 hours, so I can already feel it's not going to be a good throat date tomorrow. I thought beer would help, but it's not totally helping out here.
Add it to your e-pack collection and make trades.
Lula Armel says, on whether there were trades discussed with Vancouver, ask Vancouver. Okay, Lou. All right, bud. Cough drops and Dayquil. Kirill says hydrate. All right, I'm gonna definitely hydrate. I don't think I'm gonna do the Dayquil, Andre. Not that it's a bad suggestion, just I know that that's gonna knock me out, and I don't want to be knocked out necessarily. So.
Court-approved notice. If you accepted Visa or MasterCard...
Well, I will end it there, everyone. Thank you to the like 30 to 50 people for sticking around for this 4 hours. Thank you to everyone who said a comment. Andre, Michael, Brett, Brian, Ken, Ryan, Matthew, Avedon. Am I missing anyone here? I know there's a bunch of Ryans here. Philip. God, there's a ton. We have so much interaction. I'm so... Rye Guy, thank you. Curing, thank you. Every single one of you, Jester 1369, Sonic Blue, Nick Totoro, Pyril, all of you, thank you so much. I'm gonna get to recording a video about Alexander Romanov here right quick, but I wanted to make sure to thank each and every one of you, and I hope you have a good rest of your evening. and I will talk to you tomorrow, probably. People asking me if I'm on tomorrow. I am not. I have to work, but I will be tweeting, and maybe I'll record some cuts and videos during the day, but I'm on the job tomorrow, so I can't be on the stream live the entire day. So thank you, everyone. Michael says these drafts last too long. I don't know how you last this long. I did it for the love of it, just to hang out with you guys. Oh, interesting. Dayquil, not NyQuil. Agreed, but no meds, because that'll still screw me up. I'm weak like that. So thank you, everyone. I am ending the stream. Have a good evening. Rest well, and we'll talk to you later.
Canadian dairy shake and fries cut from Canadian potatoes.
A little help would be nice.
My man, I am helping.